Alright, just take a couple of peeksies here and there, and a little bit of everywhere. Alright, give me a moment here. Just gonna adjust a couple of things, and then we're gonna jump right on into it. Hello, ladies and gentle ladies, men and children of all ages, and everybody else that's out there in the land of the great interwebs. Welcome to the Foxhound. Today, we're gonna jump back into it on Azure Dreams, a retro roguelike from the distant past that has beautiful aesthetic, if a bit confusing sometimes. Alright, and there we are. We are back in it, babies. Let's go ahead and get the last of the settings there going. Okay. We are rocking and rolling. Hey, Demon Girl 2008, how you doing? Now that you're actually here, I can ask you, how's the audio balance going between my ugly mug and the game? Does the game need to go down, need to go up? Does my voice need to go around, running around in a circle? Maybe do a little hex in here, a little hoodoo there. Just move some things, game's a bit loud. Okay, let me crank that. Pretend I'm Soldier Boy and go ahead and crank that down just a little bit here. Alright, alright. Alright. What about now? How are we doing now? Alright, that any better? It's good to go. You love to hear it. Alright then. Now what happened to my controller? Did the controller goblins come in my sleep and absolutely raid me? Did they pull a raid Shadow Legends on me? Oh boy, where is my everything? Okay, I got it. No damage to the animated dog. We're good to go. So last time we were in this, we got our first steps into the tower, okay? And we got our buddy here, our little pal. His name is Kuhn. Pretty cute, our pal Kuhn. And together we're going to go into the dungeon. Now, the early parts of this game are all about going into the very first floor and getting your dome piece mangled, okay? Like floor 1, floor 2, doesn't matter. You're getting your face absolutely mangled, okay? But as we get stronger, now our character here, Derv, he is going to be weak sauce forever. His little tiny noodle arms cannot support even a single chin up, okay? Luckily, he doesn't even need a single chin up. Or he might very much need one. There we go. Alright, and we collar our boy Kuhn here. Perfect. Unlike the humans who enter the tower and get utterly wrecked on day uno, okay? The monsters that enter, they aren't affected by the tower's curse, which means that they retain their power. Alright, we got some easy money off the bat. Now, I wish the game had a way of denoting elevation on the map, but I get that it doesn't. Alright, I need to figure out how one doth raise up out of the abyss here. Getting teamed up on a little bit here. Alright, we're gonna punch some slimes in the dome piece. I might just get taken out here. You know what? We're gonna back off. Try to recover a little HP. Come on, give me one more point so I can survive one more attack. Dude, I am in trouble already. Alright, you know what? We turn. We do not run from these, chat. We do not run from these. I think I got a fruit. Food for familiar recovers MP. That is terrible. That does not help us at all. But I know for a fact, one more punch ends your life. Alright, we need to adjust the camera here. And I need to make a slick move. Alright, come on, Kuhn, just handle one more. Alright. And now we have no choice. We gotta fight. We do not survive here. We do survive. We are very, very lucky. And we got another jabroni coming at us at supersonic speeds. We got too many jabronis coming at us with way too many supersonic speeds. Alright, Kuhn. You can fly. That's actually a good thing. Alright. Yep. And just like that, first floor of the tower, and we're already beaten down by 800 million enemies in one shot. Oh, hello out there to the rest of you out there in internet land that are hanging out, lurking. Pleasure to have you. If you feel like grabbing up into the chat, feel free to give a hey-ho. For anybody that's unfamiliar with the game, go ahead and ask any questions. I am by no means an expert, but I absolutely will help you in any way that I can. So, we talked to our buddy here. Okay. Alrighty then. Now, let's see here. I believe... Alright. So the idea here is you ascend the tower repeatedly, you strengthen up your monster in the process, and eventually your monster will be able to do certain things, like help you out. And you don't just have your boy Kuhn here, that's your very first monster, and probably the best one for a little while, but anything inside of the dungeon is fair game. You find its egg, or hit it with a roche fruit to make an egg out of it, and then you got yourself an omelet. Now, big things that we're looking for in the item drop pool. First thing is that we're looking for a wind crystal. That allows us to get out of here. Alright. Alright. Okay. So he's got a couple of moves. I didn't know he'd already managed to get some power on him. So I need to change his AI setting. Return lineup command color. Change AI. And we're gonna have him attack directly. Got some jitter there in the map. Probably because of the flame textures. Alright. Doing some good damage there. Okay. We'll grab this. We got some glasses. Truth glasses. I believe those let us see traps, and water crystal just does flat watery damage. Alright, how close is this guy to us? Wait a turn. Kuhn's doing some good damage. And we gotta level up. Just that easy. So, Demon Girl, are you familiar with this blast from the past game? No, okay. Well, like I described the basic inner workings of it, pretty simple, but it is a lot of fun once you start getting into it. Alright, we got another item here, a rain ball. Alright. I think that's gonna be acid rain, and that'll do some good group damage to anything inside of a room that wants to mess us up here. Okay, we got an entire party of friendos hanging out around here. Yoon hitting them with a ton of bricks. Alright. And just that easy, we're leveling up again. So the primary tension in this game is managing to get in and out of this tower without getting your brains beat out of your skull. And that is not an easy ask. Where is our way into this nightmare? Is it down below? Because that's all blocked off. Yo, we got a sword right off the bat? I'll take that. Steel sword. Simple but effective. A good old-fashioned beating stick. Now those on the ground are traps. You can trigger a trap to disarm it. If you swing on it while it's not been technically revealed yet. Alright. So there's no way up right here. And I'm not seeing... Alright, I'm already stuck on the very first floor here. Just gonna go check to make sure there's no looping paths around. Looks pretty much like a no on that side. And another no on this side. Okay. That stream jitter's gonna make me insane, and it'll probably reset after we get out of this particular floor. There's gotta be a way up and around here somewhere. Alright. Note that we can jump down 8 million tier levels if the situation requires it. Let's test out this new sword. We're actually doing damage now. We also take a heaping help of it, but so be it. Yoon just obliterating folks, just taking them out. Alright, here we go. Alright, recovery ball. That is actually very big for us. Alright. We're hitting them hard. Kuhn's doing its thing. Now, Kuhn is a very basic monster. That's baby monster level 101. He may have wings, look like a tiny dragon. He's effectively a slime at the moment. Yo, Death Demon 34. Good to have you in the chatteronies. How are you doing, bud? It's been a little bit. Alright, let's go ahead and navigate this. Okay, Olim. That'll zap a monster out of a dungeon. Fine, a lol. Yes, indeed, a lol. Good to have ya. Today we're playing a retro classic, Azure Dreams. You know, actually, funny story, a legend of the speedrunner community for this game, John the Phoenix, dropped by the chat the other day while I was streaming this bad boy. Just checking in, giving a couple of tips and tricks, rules of the trade. That was real nice to have. Says that he goes out and he just he welcomes folks from hither to thither whenever they play the game, just to give them a nice warm welcome and say hey ho as an experienced player of the game. So I thought that was real nice of him. Anyhow, so what are you guys doing out there in chat world? Oh gosh, it's gauche. There we go. Yeah, we don't want to fight him just yet. Eventually, okay, you're eating right now? Okay, nice. You got anything good? You got like a chicken cacciatore? Do you have a vegetable stir fry? You got something exotic like a starfruit dragon fruit sorbet? What do you got cooking up? Shrimp. I need more details than that, buddy. I need more details than that. Shrimp could be any number of things. Coconut shrimp, jumbo shrimp, tiny shrimp, oxymoron shrimp. Demon Girl, W for the shrimp. Do you even like fish? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. It was very shellfish of me. Very shellfish of me. Seafood boil. Oh, that do sound good. I had some shrimp flavored ramen earlier. Yeah, Demon Girl, I didn't think you were a fish type person. Yeah, not a water type person. By the way, big news for the channel. This is bad. We got many friends here that, oh yeah, they're awake. Yeah, that hurts. Curse. Alright. Yeah, flames here, they were the reason for our first run to get wiped. Gotta pay attention to the shadows. That's where the enemy is. Pay all the attention to the shadows. But yeah, seafood boil. But big news, right? Big news for the channel. Okay, so I told all of you about my encounters with the router and the modem, right? And how the modem tried to take me out. It was super violent. It was the most epic war you've ever seen, right? Now, let's see here. We got a lot of good stuff here. Restore status of familiar and recovers HP and MP. Oh, that's not even a water attack. That's just good stuff. Okay. Identifies items, even types of eggs. That could be good too if we find something we don't know. But I fought the modem 1v1, okay? It was styling on me, right? But then I got a backup call. I got a backup call from my ISP, right? And what they told me was, hey, you know what, Foxhound? We got you. We're sending you in backup. We are parachuting in a modem that's gonna fight on your behalf. Alright, needless to say, I'm thrilled about that. It'll be a brand new modem, a brand new modus operandi. That means that we will be streaming with higher power. That means that little kerfluffle that we had with Minecraft the other day, where it was giving us a little trouble. Apparently what Minecraft does is it sends tons of junk data through your line. So even if OBS is looking beautiful, okay, in the background, your internet is screaming bloody murder, alright? Yo, a shield? Yo, a shield? A diamond shield? Lord of Diamond Swords, excuse me? Don't mind if I do. Oh. Oh, thanks. Oh, jeez. Yo, real generous. But yeah, we are looking at maximum potential here for internet stream, and now that we'll be up to the next level. All right, we should be more than, oh geez, we're gonna be quadruple the internet power that we had before. Okay, that might open the gates on Monster Hunter. Might open the gates on Monster Hunter. Will definitely allow Minecraft to be a more powerful game for us to run. And what I was thinking now, I need a little bit, just a teensy little bit of some input here, because I'm wondering, I was gonna do like a Minecraft ground type challenge, okay, for the Pixelmon thing, but I was thinking, what if instead of ground type challenge, what if I did a Minecraft Pixelmon Nuzlocke, okay? There are random gyms scattered throughout the modded world, all right? They generate, I believe. What if I were to do a Nuzlocke? I'm allowed to catch one Pokemon per biome that I enter, okay? And that is all I'm going to have access to. If a Pokemon faints, Nuzlocke rule says I cannot use it. That Pokemon is dead to me. Get out of here. What do you think? A Nuzlocke challenge like that. I think that could be a lot of fun. It's going to be hard, but I think it could be fun. So what are we thinking? What are we thinking? Yeah, I'm liking the idea. Yo, this troll's got jumps on him? Can't get through this shield though. But he's got jumps on him. Yo, he hitting us with the sled dogs? Get out of here. Okay, and Kuhn is getting a little bit stronger every day. And this just leads into... Is that a... No, it just cuts in. Okay. Alright, and we're off to floor 4. We are already so much stronger. If we were able to get a wind crystal here, it would be huge, because we can lock this diamond shield up and away. The steel sword, take it or leave it, but a diamond shield early is huge. Absolutely massive. Give me just a second here. Alright, we got a flame swordsman. We want to ride this on up to the next level. Alrighty then. So, speaking of food, like I said, I had a sad lunch of some ramen before I got tired of that. Didn't really feel like making anything more elaborate. Not that I am against cooking though. Cooking is I wouldn't say it's a passion of mine, but I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it to a degree. Cure-all. That's a good herb. That is some good herb. Good kush there. So, alright, Demon Girl. You don't like fish? What do you like, huh? What do you like out there in internet land? I have no idea where I'm going. Yo, Cake got the sweet tooth? Okay. You know, you won't catch me arguing with that. A little cake goes a long way. Yeah, I could get behind some. Now, are you talking real cake? Like a real cake? Or are you talking like Little Debbie? Because Little Debbie isn't. What's my YouTube? Yeah. All I'm doing right now is uploading VODs to the YouTube, but I will eventually be making longer form videos. I might turn this into like a one-off. Once we actually get to the top, I might make this into an actual edited YouTube video. But it's the Foxhound Show on YouTube, basically. I believe it is linked to the channel. I just gotta make sure that it actually comes up for people. This little so-and-so is kicking my rear end. But we got the high ground, Anakin. We got the high ground. Don't underestimate the power of the me side. Yo, I'll take another level up. All right. Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna save VODs on there, but the big idea is to eventually have it to the point where I can just go ahead and make full-on edited experiences, you know? Alright, you are standing there. It can be a little hard with this game's, Oh, thank you kindly for the sub. Thank you kindly for the sub. But yeah, I think that'll be a lot of fun. I gotta remember to look at the shadows. Sometimes it's a little hard to tell where things are standing, but the shadows always give them away. It's the dead giveaway. I keep forgetting to look at the shadows and just eyeballing it with my smooth freaking baby's bottom brain, right? And that don't work. That don't help too much. Alright, I think we're safe to just make our way back to the elevator. I think we've tapped this level out. Now, I can't remember if this game has like that thing in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon where if you stick around a floor too long, where it'll forcefully send you. So, I'm just gonna keep going. Also, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. What a masterpiece. I gotta find out if this thing, because it came out in the PS1 era, it may be before Pokemon Red Rescue Team's time, but I'd be interested in finding out which game came first, this or the Pocket of Men. The Pocket of Men and their mystery within a dungeon. Yeah, let's go ahead and get out of this floor. This floor's trash. We got everything on it. Alright, I gotta remember also that I got useful items here. I got like a full restore with my water crystal and stuff. I can afford to get a little crazy with the Cheese Whiz every now and again. I just gotta be mindful of the fact that I do have good stuff that I can use to bail me out if I get into trouble. Just drank a 46-ounce orange juice in one sitting. Yeah, Wilford Brumley would like to know your location. That, don't sound particularly palatable to me. Not that I'm against orange juice. A little cup of the OJ is pretty good. That's just a lot of juice in one shot. Now, I have been known to partakage in some juice. What was that, a limit fruit that we got there? We do. And a wind crystal! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a wind crystal. The moment things start looking dicey, we are out here. We are outie. Okay, and we got a summon here with the fire salamander. Now, it's not like a normal monster. Genus of a familiar water. Right, this game has a type chart. Fire, water, and wind. Alright, the fire scorches the wind sweeps away the water, and the water drowns out the fire. Oh boy, I don't know what kind of monster you are, but you are ugly as sin. Maniovea. Right, this thing is like... Oh yeah, I forgot, it can do that. Yeah, the whole, spinning into 800 forms. Yeah, it can do that, and I think it can pass that trait down if you fuse it. So yeah, fusion is a thing. And we got an iron sword. We got something to start the next run with. Dude, this run is the run. Alright, I think regardless of how well things keep going, we might have to cut out of here by the time we get up to like level 10. If we make it that far. Alright, limit fruit. Doesn't do much. Change the genus of a familiar to fire. Fire's a good type. Alright, what do we not care about? Decurse. That's good. Paralyze is good. You know what? Ooh. I want that for later, though. You know, we don't really need this. Oh, I am... You know what? We got 2 oleum fruits. I'm gonna have that. We're gonna pick this up after we... Fuck that. And we'll try picking up that wand, see what we get. Yeah, I agree. That's a little too rich for my blood there. Yo, he got a defense stance? Excuse me? The arrogance on that Manovera or whatever it was. The absolute arrogance. Thinking he can style on me. Man, we don't play that here. Alright, look at the shadow. He's down below me. Get caught. Get caught up on. Alright, there ain't nothing here. Is there anything more on this floor we want to look at? No, we're donezo. We are donezo. We are going up to the next floor. But yeah, that... Man, getting the diamond shield this early... I'll tell you, it's pretty good. And here's the thing. I know a little tip and tricksies, alright? I know just a tiny tricksies about this bad boy, okay? The more of an item you stash in your stash at home, the more of an item you're gonna find out in the wild blue. Yeah, that's right. So that means if we can get at least one more wind crystal, right? We can use the one that we got. Yo, level up. Let's take that. We can use the ring crystal that we got and get the heck out, okay? And then we can start finding them more often. Alright. Level 7. What's this? This is a pita fruit, because I pita the fool. Alright, we need to see what Kuhn's MP is doing at. It's very low. So another thing, monsters require MP in order to be able to give to Kuhn. Alright. We're gonna take that pita the fool, and we're gonna go ahead and give that to Kuhn. Without MP, the monster cannot move, okay? It can do nothing. And that would be very, very bad for us if all of a sudden our little ace buddy here just suddenly clammed up on us, okay? I think your mom gives you... Yeah, your mom will come ahead and give you a little something every single day for you to snack on. A pita fruit for your bestest pal there. So... keep that in mind. You can go ahead and grab some free bonus snacks. A little fruit from the road. Absolutely free. It's socialized healthcare. What are you? You are a balloon. Like Bloomberg? Yo, he tried to brainwash? What? A leather shield. We got a setup for when we get out of here. We got a leather shield and an iron sword. Alright, because we're banking this diamond. We're banking this diamond for later. Guarantee it. Yo, we mine all day for these diamonds. We mine all night for these diamonds. Alright, let's take out the man of the hour here. Man, I can imagine those Manaveras cutting off an escape route. I can imagine them doing bad things to us, chat. I can imagine them hitting us for a lot of problems. Alright. What are we doing here? Alright, we want to head up and then out to the right. Yo, you just gotta always face tank immediately. Always got the bloodlust. How we doing on MP? Still sitting at a solid 48 out of 100. Health is looking a little sketch. I want to pop a water crystal, but I'd like to stash what I got here. You know what, Kuhn? Okay. Alright, return to the bag. You know what? We ain't playing with this. I'd like to stay to get another wind crystal, but we got too much good stuff on us. We are out. We are outie. We don't play that. We do not play that. The moment Kuhn goes down, it ain't cute no more. Alright, let's see what the mother has to say. Oh, hi, Dove. Alright. Am I selling some items? No. I'm home. And entering the tower. Go to the general store and sell everything you don't need. If you're not taking items to the tower, you can always leave them with me. I'll keep them in the safe. You can leave up to 10 items in your home safe. Yo, okay. We're stashing the diamond. We're stashing the diamond. Question is, do we stash that steel store? Good morning, Nico, with the classic bonk on the head. And Wheaty's our little sister there. Alright. We talk to the mother here. Isaac by the pond. I gotta talk to him, okay? I have a favor to ask. Open the safe for me. Alright. What are we putting away? Acid Rain is a good one. We'd like to see more of that. Recovery is a good one. We want more of that. Diamond is good. Water and fire. We like to see it. We like to see it. Money staff. I didn't even know we got that. That'll give us money when we kill a monster. We'd like to see a little more of that. We'll put in steel. Where is our Lord of Diamond? Did we not get to keep Alright, sort it. What do we got? Leather, decurse, oleum. Yeah, open the safe again. Alright, item and safe. There we go. Yeah, alright, so we're hopefully more likely to see steel, more likely to see diamond, more likely to see these crystals, and then acid rain. We actually got some of the best early game stuff you can get in there. Alright, and what do we want to take with us into the dungeon? Alright. You know what? We'll, oh, no. Not quite done yet, Mother Dearest. Not quite done yet. We want to put this cure-all in as well. There we go. And maybe truth. Alright, we got an entire mountain of good stuff. And then everything else here, we're going to keep the iron and the leathers to go in. Everything else is going to get sold. Alright, we are done-a-roni. Please save the data. Mom, save me, Mother Dearest. Derv is saved. He's been saved, Jade. He's been saved. Alright, so we were talking about Chug and Jug with that OJ. Alright, what is like the most you've ever overindulged on food or drink at one time? Okay, Peter, fruit is received now. You said we gotta talk to somebody by the central fountain. I think that's this a ways. We got no overarching map. Alright, talking about... Man, you got some freaky hands, kid. Yeah, we can sprint. Who are you? That's an auntie. Don't know if she's our auntie or not. That's an auntie. The old windmills. Those will get operational eventually. Alright. Is this the general store? Who is this? Restaurant. We will come back here eventually. That's not what we need to be speaking or talking about food. What are you? The tavern or a general store or something? Nah, just the bar. We'll be coming back to you eventually as well. This town's got all the amenities. It's got your food. It's got your drink. I'm imagining that... I never noticed little details like that there. Alright. Who are you? Oh, it's Selfie. Puffy lips. The road monster tamer, huh? Okay, so clearly she's got a little bitterness about her whole family getting wrecked and rigmarolled. I think this little butt hut is ours. Lots of houses here. Maybe this is the general store? Or is it from Monsters? No, this is the monster shop. Okay. Huh, you here as a customer? Yeah, very friendly there. Alright. We're keeping looking. That's clearly the doctor. Give me the news. But might as well introduce ourselves. Ooh, germs and illnesses want to run away from you. Huh. Alright, so we could buy some early medicine going out. That's an idea. That's an idea there. We'll go ahead and chow down on some medicinal roots every now and then. I'm learning the layout. Fortune house, huh? Also gonna be useful, but for later? Man, I really need a map of this town. You would think I'd have it memorized since I grew up here, right? But, right now, I cannot find my way outside the broad side of a barn. What's this? Temple, maybe? Yeah, this is the temple. We'll go ahead and talk to somebody here. Yeah, geezer. Geezerific. Alright. Give me just 1 second here, jabronis. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can't find an online resource here. Of town Azure. Oh, it's yeah, that's houses, temples, hospital, bowling, stuff. Come on, gotta be a map here that I can actually see something. Be something labeled? Okay, I got a labeled map. General store. Not far away from there. Okay, okay. I got the idea. I got it now. I know where I'm going, ish. So if this is home, right? The little butt hut is ours, I believe. Yeah, that's home. So if we go south from home, it should be this building right here. There we go. And there's fur. Alright, paralyze. You're gone. See light, Azak, antidote, decurse, and we'll keep the oleum and the pita for now. Alright. We got some money. We actually got a little cashish to our name. It ain't a lot. Admittedly, it ain't a lot. But we've almost got our first grand. We're making some money here. We're making a little bit of money. Alright, I think we're ready to hop back into the tower here. So we'll go ahead and do that. Alright, so before we got so rudely interrupted by life. Alright, items. Equip the iron. Equip the leather. And we'll go ahead. You can get Kuhn out here. Alright, give me just 1 second here to see if I can't resolve a quick little issue, because that jittering is bothering me just a teensy little bit here. No, that did not help. Alright. Just gonna have to live with it till it gets reloaded here. Oh, and it shrunk my ratios. Hold on. Hold on. I'm fixing it now. I should have just left well enough alone. Yep, it's angry at me now. Alright, there we go. And now I just gotta... Now I gotta fix it. OBS, don't remember my settings. Alright, there we go. There we go. And we'll go ahead and move it over. Perfect. There we are. Alright, yeah, it was fighting me. It was fighting me, but we're back in business. Alright, now, where were we here? Okay, let's get back to it. Already doing way better with a little power that we got on the ground. A bell. Now, if I remember correctly, these aren't so great, but chases a monster out of a room. Okay, I can live with that. Ain't nothing in here for us. Ain't not a thing. So let me see, what's the worst sort of indulgent thing that I've ever had? I think maybe... Alright, when I was younger and I could actually manage it, one time, if I remember correctly, me and all of my cousins, we went to... Now, for those of you, you're not going to remember this, but once upon a time, in the great distant past, Domino's had an all-you-can-eat pizza jamboree, okay? Yo, white sand, we want to keep that. That's got to go in the vault. We got to make room for it. And a monster loop. Don't know what that is. But Domino's, it had this entire all-you-can-eat buffet system going up, okay? And that used to be an incredible deal. So me and all my cousins, and we're all big fellas, you know, all very tall. And my cousin, oh man, one of my cousins has a bottomless stomach, okay? And we went, just all of us giants of the industry showed up in this poor restaurant. It had no idea. It had no idea what was coming for it. None whatsoever. We started at one end, and then it was like piranha. It was like piranha, chat. Just absolutely no survivors. Not a thing left. I think they closed down after we left. It's been many years since I've been able to eat like that. I'm not saying I would ever even want to go back to it. But man, it is a fond memory. Probably not fond for the employees, but for me it was. Alright, what do we get in here? Anything of any note on this side? No. Nada. But we know how to get out of here, at least. Alright, up to the next floor. Let's go. So you said you got a seafood boil going on? So what are all your components right there? Usually there's like fish, let's see, shrimp, like scallops or oysters or something. Lots of butter usually on top of the boil. Can't say that I've ever made one of those. Don't think I ever have. Alright, here's your boy Ghosh. No, it's Selfie. Puffy lips again. Wow. The underhandedness. The underhandedness. If I'm not mistaken, the way out before was on this corner. Yeah, there we go. Shrimp and crab. Yeah, that's a combination. Now, like, I gotta ask. Shrimp, crab, crayfish, and potatoes. Man, with a repertoire like that, that's pretty good. Now, is that real crab? Or is that imitation crab? I gotta ask. I know, arrogant of me. Forgive the arrogance. Forgive the arrogance. But is it a real crab? Or is it that imitation stuff? Real. Man, you are shelling out for the good stuff, huh? Alright, I see you. I see you there. Give me another loop. Okay. Okay, I hear you. Alright, age-old question. Surf or turf? What do you prefer? Would you rather have yourself a nice big fillet of your favorite fish, or would you indulge in a steak or a hamburger? Man, I'm gonna make myself hungry. I just finished up and I'm gonna make myself hungry again. Straight up turf kind of fella. Okay. Alright, turf it is. Red sand also pivotal. Man, if we can get out of here with these sands, we'd be living real large. Alright, so turf, but are you like a steak person or a hamburger type of person? Or like a Salisbury steak? You know, I was getting educated in design, okay? People acted like Salisbury steak was some kind of lesser food, you know, a peasant food. Dang bourgeoisie over there. But me? Okay, you're just a whole hunk of steak type of person. Now me? I'm always been more of a hamburger or a chop steak type of person. Not saying I don't like a good old slab of meat flavored rubber. It's just not always my favorite thing. Though, I will say, I do make a pretty mean steak. I do make a fairly mean steak. Alright, what do we got here? A scarlet wand. I think we gotta check inventory. What do we got? We got iron and leather equipped. We gotta get out of jail free with the oleum here. We got a holy bell. That's a get out of jail free. Medicinal. Location of monsters. Blinder. Okay. Enables eyesight. So that'll cure blind on us. Scarlet Wand of Fire. Alright, well, we're gonna go ahead and use a monster loop. We can now spot everything on this floor that wants to kill us, maim us, or otherwise injure our pride in any way. Alright. Track the shadow. And we're done. A level up. We'll take it. Magic was not... Holy moly, do we have anything that cures poison? What does Lape do? Tends to decrease on that level. Oh, this must make the enemy monsters weaker. Not looking like we've got anything that we can do. We're just gonna have to eat the poison there. What is this room? Holy crap-a-ronies! Am I, like, stuck? Am I paralyzed? I think it broke the game. Yeah, I'm getting no responsiveness whatsoever. Wow! I got so detonated that it freaking broke the game. Holy crap. Yeah, no, that isn't, Wow. Alright, hold on. Alright. We're gonna go ahead and restart that. Wowie zowie. We got so lambasted, bombasted, fantastic that we absolutely got kicked out by, like, the idea, the core foundation of physics itself broke. Wow. Just gonna do a little adjusting here. Out of the screen since we got the time to do so. There we go. There we are. And then we head back in, but wow, yeah, wombo comboed so hard the game itself broke. Character didn't even need to die for it to happen. That is truly the essence of being bodied. Alright. Alright, let's see just how bad things got when we got torn up. But yeah, did you see that stuff? Alright, yeah, we gotta go back to the general store, but now that I know where it is, ain't a problem. Oh, I gotta make sure we got a Peter the Fool from my mother because we don't want to get caught out without that. Nope. Alright. Yep, I'm off to the tower. That's a thing. Remember to save often. Be kind, rewind, save. Peace of mind. Alright. Now that we know this one's the general store. Probably want to go and talk to Selfie again as well. I think she's to the top right. Yeah, we won't sell you any junk for... Alright, see, light, Zach. I'm gonna keep Antidote because that was gnarly last time. The Curse might be good. And we'll get rid of that. But that's kind of a get out of jail free card. Alright, this is fine. Less cashish than we made last time. But it might be worth it because it would have been good to have that antidote. Yeah, cucumber tastes nasty. Okay. Not sure how to respond to that one. You got like a garden salad or what exactly is it we're talking about here? I'm disciple of the spirits and the guardian of emptiness. Rejecting abundance. Who are you? Entry denied. Too many items. Forgot about the 5-item limit rule. One of these is gonna have to go. And I'm thinking it's gonna be that oleum fruit. So we'll take the opportunity to go and talk to Selfie Safi over here. Good old puffy lips with the insults. Just like a whole cucumber. You're just eating it, just raw chomping a whole freaking cucumber right now. I mean, is that like a health food thing? Is that something people do? I always do. To each their own, to each their own. I guess you're supposed to eat cucumber raw, according to people. I don't know. Oleum, we want to keep our decurs. We'll get rid of the oleum. Huh. A whole freaking cucumber. Dude, I don't know. I don't know about that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Does the monster egg count? You know what? Just in case it does, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of one more item. Alright, what's gotta stay behind? We gotta take our sword and shield. Sword and board are necessary. Antidote would prove crucial, so decurse is the only thing that I can go ahead and get rid of. Death Demon says that sounds good. I always do microwave cucumber slices with cheese. Alright. Wow. You guys won't see it because it's been restricted, hopefully. But, Batas in the chatters. Man, they come at you hard out of nowhere. But yeah, okay, so we're talking about cucumber with cheese, huh? Cucumber and cheese. Not sure how I feel about that one, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, cheese helps elevate just about anything, alright? I won't deny that. You'd catch me being crazy if I were to say that that was not the case, alright? I get it. I do. Just seems like an odd flavor palette to me, just because cucumber's so watery, and then you got the fat of the cheese. Then you got that whole, you got that whole watery texture, you know? Alright, let's see here. Might have to switch to my wired headset in just a minute here, because the wireless one is claiming that it didn't receive a full charge. Some nonsense. The absolute arrogance on this thing, okay? It charged forever and a day, and it's telling me some charge the battery nonsense. It's a salt and battery. Wait, are we still talking about cucumber? Or mashed up strawberries with milk and add 2 cups of sugar in one bowl. Yeah. Okay, no, that's not with cucumber. I was gonna say, you take cucumber and you mash it up with strawberries and throw it in the bowl with some milk. Like, I guess that's like, ooh, that would be, that'd be an interesting V8 right there. I would have to go ahead and, call that one a wrap. I'ma try that. Please don't. I do not want to be responsible if this makes you pass out and croak. Okay. Apparently what went on was so violent, what our boy Kuhn wanted to do to the opposing monster, that he had to go off screen to do it. Wow. Hammer was obtained. Fortunately, the trap didn't work. Woo! Okay. Garbage trap. Get out of here. You're gonna try it, but what? But what? Are you gonna make this more diabolical? I really hope you're not planning on making this more diabolical, because it's already pretty freaking bad. Oh, I forgot to equip my stuff here. I'm over here just absolutely free-handing it. Just saying, come, let me bash you upside the dome piece. With just the raw power. Alright, and there's selfie. Gonna go ahead and take a selfie. Yeah, there's the insult. I'm gonna try that, but add salt. So you're gonna take cucumber and strawberries, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew, throw milk and sugar on. And then you're gonna hit it again with salt? Am I hearing this correctly? Man, I don't know. I do not want to be responsible for your impending self-destruction as a result of this witch's brew that you're cooking up. You know, early on, I think I should change you to attacking aggressively. Alright, there we go. Sent a message. Okay. Not sure how to check messages on Twitch there. Give me a second. I gotta switch things up real fast here because these headphones are absolutely screaming into my ear that they are dying. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and switch to something a little bit more, a little bit more stable while these bad boys charge. Give me just a moment here. In the meanwhile, that music is kind of a banger. Not gonna lie, the music of this game is kind of a banger. These are an old standard. They should work. They should work. Alright, now if I'm not mistaken, green is output. Green is envy. We are green with envy here. I think this thing has a built-in mic. I'm just hoping that doesn't try to override my Yeti mic. So give me just a moment, Yeti spaghetti. We're gonna go ahead and get this. What's my pronouns? I only have amateur nouns, actually. No pros allowed. Amateur nouns only. But in all seriousness, I am... him. Yep. Everything's dying. You can probably hear it in the background. I changed one little thing and I got a revolt on my hand. It's Y2K. They predicted it back, but it wasn't then. It wasn't then, Chad. It's happening right now. Literally, the machines are rising up. It's Am. It's Am from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Alright, let's see what we got here. Do we have... Alright, what if... Give me a second. I'm switching over. My output device. Let me hear something. I was pretty sure I had it plugged. Okay, we're in business. We are in business here. Fire. Yeah, you're right. Everything's on fire. Literally everything is on fire. You are so right. Alright. I've quelled the machine rebellion. I've lit the sacred oils. I have sanctioned the sacred scriptures. And it looks like I have appeased enough of the machine spirits. A little 40k there. Appeased the machine spirits so that they are no longer wrathful with me. You're welcome. You're welcome for me saving all of our lives out there. Some heroes don't wear capes. Some heroes wear blue jackets. It's true, look it up. You'll find it on Wikipedia. Alright, so let's go ahead and get back to it here. So we're rocking that. And I believe input should still be coming from the mic, so everybody can still hear me, right? Alright. We're doing good damage now. Just remember, we got our boy on attack aggressively, so we're gonna have to switch Kuhn to a different frequency of damage dealing when we get up a little bit higher. Otherwise, he's pure reckless, and he'll just go ahead and face tank things that he shouldn't normally do. Alright, where are we? There ain't nothing more on this floor to explore, so up we go. Copper sword. I think that's worse than our iron sword. Iron's attack 3, copper's attack 2. Alright, up to the next floor we go. Oop, I think I accidentally quick saved here. So we go ahead and save, it'll save, and then it'll put us right back in the tower. Yeah, continue. Wish the default option was just to keep going. Alright, floor 4. This is where things tend to get a little bit more interesting. Yeah, he's hitting them. That ranged firebolt is gonna help, but it's gonna eat up through that MP reserve, so we're gonna have to keep mindful of that. Just gonna go ahead and check to see what we were looking at with that. So, Elkanah? I do not get what you said, Demon Girl. I am not hip enough with the kids. I do not know what that meant. Alright, we got a shield here, and it looks like it's better than what we had. We'll take that. We take those. Steel shield. Okay. Now, we gotta be careful. Sometimes random things, if we can't identify them, would be cursed. Go ahead and skip a turn there. And we'll just let our boy here handle it. Okay, this balloon actually going ham. Actual monster balloon. Six, 7. Okay. Yeah, 6 7s in the chat. 6 7s all around. Flame ball. That could be good. Very tough shield, steel, and flame. And we got the hammer, a mace type club weapon exclusive to troll types. I think if you run the dungeon with a troll, you actually get a bonus to those weapons. Ooh, do you want to switch your orientation there? But okay, yeah, six sevens in the chat for everybody. Let's see what we got here. I think we can come up here like this. And then we're just gonna take a little peek-see around the back and see if there's any goodies worth grabbing. That shield that we got on doing the Lord's work. Alright. We got a crystal over there. Could be something of interest to us. We definitely always gotta check crystals. Wind crystal. What did I tell you? Okay. It's interesting. Just go ahead and shake it like an earthquake. Drop that 808. The walls begin to shake. It's too much for the crowd to take. Shake it like an earthquake. Devastation from the sounds we're making. And there's no escaping from the bass. Alright, let's see here. Okay, we're a monster house in it today, huh? Okay, this guy appears to be in line with us, that he can take a beating. We want to take these guys out before the other cyclone wakes up. The sicko cyclone mode. Alright, are you in line with me? I feel like you kind of are. Tough to say. Bashed him. Done. That easy. It's that easy. Now, if we can get a second wind crystal, we can get a second crystal and throw it into our storage locker. That's the ideal. That is the dream. And then we'll be able to max out our chances of actually being able to get out of here at any given time. Alright. Kuhn's probably gonna need a minute to rest up after a fight like that. He's hitting them from downstream, softening them up before they get there. Why was I even worried? Kuhn's got it. BRB? Okay, see you in a short bit. Stream wand. Yo, just look at that stream of luck. We got the stream wand. Alright, where did Kuhn go? Alright, Kuhn actually just slaying folks off screen. We're gonna go ahead and leave the floor to get him back with us. Alright, let's go and check his stats right now. Yeah, we gotta just rest for a little while. Of course. Didn't I keep an antidote with me? Didn't I keep an antidote with me for just this type of situation? What did I tell you? Get that trash out of here. Alright, what are you looking like for hunger? You could use a little refresher here. Alright. Exit loop was obtained. Take those. We got rid of that guy. Unfortunate. Also, as you saw, the enemies can get EXP and level up as well. Now, the problem is that we are absolutely dialed in now. We don't have a choice but to fight our way out. We do have a decent shield. We have no MP requirements, so we can just chill in the dungeon as long as we want to. if we can even survive a single fight without a monster by our side, which is dubious. Smoking a dubious at best. Alright. We do not want to get pincered. Really? Blown up by a bomb. Out of nowhere. Out of absolutely nowhere. Hate to see it. Yeah, hate to see it. Well, it was a strong start-ish. We didn't get anything that amazing. You know what? I had a wind crystal. I could have gotten out of there. I completely forgot I had a wind crystal. El Bozo. Wow. I'm in the south of the city. Yeah, I'll talk to people. Alright, before we start doing rando questos for the townspeople, before we start getting that in our head, that arrogance to do that, I'd actually like to make some real progress in the tower. Oh, I don't think we grabbed Kuhn because we got iced. So we'll go ahead and ask Kuhn to come with us again. Even though we got rip-bozoed. Or ripperonis. Yeah, for sure, monster's gonna count as an item. That means later on we'll be able to bring in 3 things besides 2 monsters. Spoilers, we will be able to have the opportunity to have 2 monsters accompany us eventually. So yeah, we're running it until around 11:15 tonight. That's when stream will pause for the afternoon. Alright, we're gonna try to speed run this first couple of areas because we're probably not finding anything amazing on floors 1 and 2. Starting 3 and up though, we should be okay. Start really digging in for exploration purposes. Freaking slimes, bro. Freaking slimes. What's up there? Just coinage? Not particularly useful. We'll go ahead and let Kuhn deal with this bozo. Level 8. We'll just speed walk through. Yo, Kuhn is at the point where he's just one-shotting. Okay. You, coming, big guy, or are you just sticking around to farm some EXP? I have no idea where you went. But you know what? You do you. And I'm gonna go ahead and, yeah, off-screen, it's just a murder. We want that crystal, whatever it is. Alright, I'll take another level. And it's a wind crystal. Do not let me forget. Do not let me forget, chat. We do have a wind crystal. We have a wind condition. And Kuhn's back on track. We have a way of actually getting up here and getting out of here. Just decimating around here. There's gotta be a way going up top. Get out of here, right? Did I miss something? Must have missed an exit around here somewhere. Yes, I did. Here we go. Now we're in business. We got an entire hoard of treasure up here. Take a look at what we got. We got a wake up a sleeping familiar. We got decreases the MP on the randos in the level. We'll just go ahead and walk that one back a little bit. Yeah, okay. Dude, you want to get in on any of this and maybe help? Thanks, buddy. You're a real friendo there. Alright, so we gotta come over to this area and then get on up here. Pray for good loot. Actually, a bunch of interesting stuff here. Including a sword. Alright, copper sword. We got it. We got something. Is it great? No. But it is something. And what's this? An ice rock. Alright. We'll go ahead and dash on forward. All them little points of EXP are helping. Alrighty then, so let's take a look around. Let's see who greets us on the floor number 2 grind. It's our boy Ghosh again. Yeah, whatever, Ghosh. Get out of here. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the way off of the floor 2 dual encounters over here. I'm learning, Chad. I'm learning the layouts. Alright. Alright, we got a monster encounter here. He's gonna dog sled me. Woof. The enemies do approximately 1 damage Dune at this level. Those stat increases are mattering. Alright, let's make our way over. Flame is coming at me with just arrogance. Doing roast and toast them. Yo, we got a shield. Steel shield. Alright. We want to equip that. Alright, we are actually a threat to be reckoned with now. Now, what direction do we need to go in here? We'll cross some of the riffraff here. Multiple different rooms here. Alright, we got our exit portal. Along with some sort of identifier. Identifies the location of a monster. Might be useful later on, but not right now. Alright. Those are what we got. An egg. A red egg. Don't know what monster is inside of a red egg, but we'll take that. Remember, we got that wind crystal. We want out. Alright. I think. Let's see. What's at my feet? Wakes up a sleeping monster. Bloodlust just going hard on Kuhn there. Alright, but we're gonna be able to hatch our first monster, chat. Our very first brand new off the presses friendo. That's gonna be big, chat. That's gonna be big for us. Now, the problem with having two monsters, although we don't have to deal with that for a little while, but eventually the problem with having another monster friendo is that we're gonna be losing EXP to that second monster, because EXP gets split amongst the party members. Alright, to anybody lurking out there in internet land, welcome to the stream. We are playing a retro roguelike, Azure Dreams. You climb the tower, you grab eggs, you hatch monsters, and you have them fight for you. Humans are cursed in the tower. They have to start at level 1 every time, but the tower loves its monsters. So therefore, they get to keep all of their strength in between runs. Goal is to make it as far up the tower as you can possibly get. So if you're lurking out there in internet land and you feel like saying hey, please feel free. If you like what you see, then go ahead and follow. We'll be doing some more retro gaming this week. Thinking of switching it up with a little Brigandine. Maybe a couple of other retro classics you might not have seen. So go ahead, and if you like, go ahead and follow. Alright, moving on. We found the exit already. We don't want to leave just yet. These early floors, it's important to scavenge everything you can. Good items are extremely important, given that you start with nothing but the clothes on your back and the monster at your side every time you go up. Now, we did find a wind crystal already. That is a big time helpful. Alright? Cyclone fell asleep. He's just sleeping on me here. Alright, one shot. And that was an example of how the type chart works. Fire monsters beat wind monsters beat water monsters, and water monsters beat fire monsters. Alright, let's take a look at what we've got here. We picked up a binding. Power to bind monsters with thunder, wake up red, egg, monster, malicious. Alright. Doing good. We might have one more room here to really take a peek at. And then I missed an item over there. Alright. Grab that. And we'll shoot right over to that item that we missed, and then we're hopping up to the next floor. And it was a sword. Blizzard. That should be a water elemental blade if I'm not mistaken, right? Water attack genius +5. It's objectively pretty darn good. We got yet another room here. Yo, we got a treasure room. And this is another steel sword. We like that. We like those odds. What did I miss in here, huh? Remember, if we get low, we are porting out. We do not want to get slammed out of nowhere with an L after getting this much good stuff. Also, the jitter in the map appears to have resolved itself when we reloaded. Like to see it. We're going up. Higher we go, the more dangerous it gets, though. Death Demon, what did I miss? And Demon Girl, my spacebar is broken. Sorry to hear you got your spacebar broken out there in open space. What did you miss, Death Demon? What we got? We got a sleep orb, paralysis, another steel sword. We picked up the blizzard though. This is going straight into the locker. We got a water elemental sword, so we're gonna keep that. We got some assorted stuff. We picked up an egg. If we make it out of here alive, and we do have a good shot of making it out alive because we got a wind crystal, we will take that egg, we will bank it, we will hatch it, we will smack it around, we'll make it our new best friend. Alright, the Manoveras. They are a pain. They do too much damage. And they dodge too much. Look at them. Absolute man-o-arrogance. Alright, star glasses. Anorexic. Does that affect our MP or does that affect our ability to eat? Alright, you've got 33 MP left, so we're gonna hopefully let that status effect wear off. So what happened, Demon Girl? Did you rage out, rage against the machine, and slap your spacebar a couple of times and it took offense? Alright, send that guy. You know, I used to have days back in the day where I'd rage out on stuff, but no, not anymore. No, this dog's grown too old for those type of tricks. Rust Trap. Blizzard became rusty. Steel Shield became rusty. Of course it did. Too many items. I need to switch up anyway. Steel -1. You know what? We can equip the new steel. And then we don't really have anything else that we can do otherwise. Makes the current floor entirely visible. Blizzard, even at -1, is still very good. We'll use this to identify all the monsters on the map. It's a shame about our weapon. We'll take it. And we got another star glasses. Yeah, revealing the entire floor. That could be one good for the good for ye old areas there. Wake up, wind, ice rock. Gotta start using some of this stuff. Yeah. Alright, we'll start using some of this stuff as we're going here. Particularly that paralyzed wand and whatnot. Mano of Veras. You hate to see him. You hate to see him. Alright, so, Demon Girl. Crumb got under it and it popped off and it looks broken, but I put it back on. Now it makes noise when I click it. Youch. Yikeronis. Sorry to hear that. Paralyzed wand is garbage. We don't need another one. Another wind crystal. That's our ticket out of here. What do we want to do? We're gonna go ahead and give the pita fruit to you. We'll take the wind crystal. Is there anything that we want to drop? At the moment, I don't think so. Yeah, I think we keep everything that we got right now. Alright, we're only looking for, like, eggs or something. That is worth it. Everything else, we can just kind of ignore here. Where far are you? There you are. But yeah, getting stuff underneath your keyboard, that is the worst POV. Yeah, I hate that. You know, usually you want like a little dose of compressed air in order to make that work out for you. That can sometimes dislodge it when you got a little something something in there. But it ain't 100% reliable. Chaos trap. Alright, we're confused. Just gonna wander about for a bit there. Sad wander. We got another enemy friendo up in here. He's taking a little napsy. Alright, and then there's nothing here. We just got psychopathic cyclone here. I don't care whose clone you are. We don't play those games. Yes, we want to go up. I forgot to take the crumb out when I put it back on. Oh no. Well, at least it was the space bar, because the clips on the smaller keys, depending on what model keyboard you got, even if you buy the replacement, you need like... Oh boy, stepped on a bump and it was no big deal. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and wait a turn. These guys are dangerous. If Kuhn gets possessed, then we'll have to duck out immediately. That's way too dangerous to just do. What's Kuhn's stats looking like? Looking fairly solid across the board, so... Yeah, but the little keys, man, the little keys are the worst. Because you'll think you've got it, like you're golden, and then the next thing that you'll know, you've tried to put it back on, and it just snaps the little plastic binding bit. And then you're really done. Then you are really finished. We got money. We got that money. What's this? Treasure loop? We're just gonna go ahead and use that bad boy. Okay, we have a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy worth of treasure info there. Alright, we might have to use an item here. What do we got? Freezes the monster's mobility. That doesn't help us. Holy Bell. Go to bed. Yeah, that's how we play it. Alright. So there's all sorts of stuff down. Ain't nothing up north. Alright, go to bed. Go to bed, Plantella here. Freaking plant arrogance, man. How far down are the items? They're all at the very, very freaking bottom. Yep, might just be the position that I was mapped out to. Okay. There we go. Yep, sometimes if I got my head turned to the side just right, VTube Studio gets all confuddled up. Leo Lamb Fruit. Don't know what that does. MP of the monster will not decrease for a while. We'll go ahead and give that to you. Alright, what do we got here? Treasure loop. We want that for the next floor. What can we afford to use to get out of here? Oh boy, the copper sword. Yeah, you can just go ahead and hold on to that, and by that I mean drop it directly on the floor. Exit loop. Do we care? would be good. I think we know where the exit is on this one already, though. Broke the back of my keyboard. The back holders broke in half. Yike-oronies. Yeah, we know where the exit is on this floor already, so... No, we got 2 wake-ups. You just go ahead and eat that. Alright. We got some more goodies off to the side here. Now the question is, which ones do we go for? I think we go take a peek-see at this one, and then we head straight up. That is a decursor, I believe? No, holy scroll. Feet. Holy. Oblivion protects the reader from enemy attacks for a while. We'll just go ahead and use that. Alright, so Holy Scroll puts in a little dome of light that protects us, so... Alright, keep that in mind. Alright, this is an antidote herb. We want to give that to you. I think it still counts as food. Another Holy Scroll. A Holy Scroller. Alright, we head left and then we head up and we get out of this particular poop fest over here. Yeah. Up we go. We're heading on to the next floor. We're getting a new record for how high we're going. Man, getting arrogant. Might be able to make it all the way to level 10. Not sure. Alright, no, we don't want to quit here. Alright, now... Oh, he's getting arrogant with the fireballs, bro. Let's go ahead and wipe that off the map. It's right, go to bed permanently. Now, let's actually test this for science it. You got 45 MP. Now, at the feet, I'm gonna give you the wake up herb. And now, what are you looking at? 48. So, yeah, random herbs on the ground. Those are food. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and 1v1 this man of war here. Give Q a little chance to recuperate. Alright, we got some medicinal herb. You know what? Take it. Munch on that. Alright. Yeah. I think we grabbed some stuff that we can go ahead and use here. Yes, give me the treasure loop-garoo here. Alright, we were about to just arrogantly walk by the treasure that's right here in front of us. Don't want to do that. Just a little cash on the ground. Just scrounging for a little coin. We're gonna loop up from the top there. Where are you going, Q? Alright. Giving him the old Billy bust up, huh? Crit hit. Alright, this is looking pretty bad. Pretty bad. Malicious beam that brings chaos. I'm a little afraid to use that there. So we're just gonna go ahead. Put this guy to bed. then we're gonna go ahead and put you to bed too. Alright, the bloom. Let's focus down first and foremost, because it's got the most HP. And we gotta level up for it. And the main dude's down. Of course, Kyun just goes Rambo unctuous right in it. Demon Girl, thank you for hanging out in the stream with us. We always appreciate your company. Alright. We got just a couple more spots of treasure up there. I'm getting greedy. I can feel it. Something bad's gonna happen to me. I can also feel that. But at 17 HP, Kyun can take a hit. I might have to face tank for just a little bit. Alright. Send them to the Shadow Zone. We got fruit. Tumna fruit and another Tumna fruit. That is just a full-on disable there. Well, we'll go ahead and we'll get rid of that, because that Tumna fruit, that's a game ender right there for an enemy. You frog them up. You just turn them into a helpless little tiny baby frog. For example, we're gonna have that. Yeah, get frogged on. That easy. Just that easy. This guy, another candidate just to get frogged on. He's almost done. And he's a goner. Alright, we're heading out. We picked this floor clean. Got rusted up again. Alright, now how far are we away here? Hello again. I gotta do our routine. Really? Everything is super rusty now. How bad is it? -3 on a steel shield. Blizzard is actually doing better now, so we'll go ahead and take that. Do we have any other shields? Our shield is about to go so negative, it's gonna start weighing us down. Alright, and I think we busted up where? We have no idea. Just for the sake of posterity, we use our exit loop, find an exit. New monster that we have not encountered before. Every single thing in that room is an absolute trap and a travesty. We're gonna jump up to the high ground, and then we're gonna jump way down to the low ground. Might be curtains for us here. I might just have to get out of here before this Reaper does some, like, sort of instant death thing. Demoted to level 6. Huh. You know what? As much as I would love to stick around and get absolutely wrecked, we got our spare wind crystal. We're hopping out. We are hopping out. Okay, here we are. Alright, I'm selling some items here. Alright, this can go, this can go. Malicious. Ice Rock is worth a whole ass ton. A weakened steel. That's a cyclone egg. We take those. We'll keep an antidote on us. Do I care about losing this steel? We'll keep it for the next run. Binding has 6 charges. Blizzard is -1. We can get rid of it. Steel sword. Keep it for the next run. It gives me something to start. It's only a +2. It's basically a copper sword at this point, but we'll take it. Sleep still had 2 charges. The Holy Bell was nothing. And then the 2 stars. We'll go ahead and sell those. So the glasses ain't worth much. Orbs are worth a whole heckin' chunk. We'll keep that, and then we'll go ahead and get paid here. 3,000 arrogance. Let's go. We take those. We absolutely take those. We got a Wumpin there. Giving us a Wumpin. Alright. So let's go ahead. Go to the hut here. And I think we can go ahead and hatch our cyclone egg here. Alright, we're gonna hatch this bad boy. Yep. We're hatching it. Alright, chat. We're waking them up. We got our boy Young Cyclone here. Alright, chats. Alright, we gotta give this bad boy a name. Our first official from the dungeon out of his god name. What are we naming this fella here? I need a name in the chat. What are we naming this fella? So he spins to win. He's got a single eye. He stares deeply into your soul. Timer. You know what? I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Timer it is. Because he's putting a timer on our foes. I like it. I like it. Locking it in. Timer is up and going. Now, for the moment, Timer's gonna be staying home because we need Kuhn in order to get way up there in the tower. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. So where you at? Where you at? Well, there you go. There you go. Peanut butter jelly time. Alright. So, we get this stuff. Not all great, but we can afford to put that wind crystal. Yeah, Mr. Isaac, I heard you. Buy the windmills. Alright, I got a favor to ask. Show me the safe here. Yep. Alright, what do we want to get out of there? We'll sort that. We're on here. Acid rain recovery, water, fire, money, and truth. Alright, we can afford to throw the wind crystal in there, and that should up our odds of finding more wind crystals in the future. And for right now, this looks good enough to take into the dungeon with us. We're gonna go ahead and get a quick hot save in there. Alright. What other ancient era memes do you know? Do you know about the badger mushroom? Do you know about that one? Is that one we recognize out there in the land? You don't know about badger mushroom. Man, kids these days, they don't know nothing, do they? Oh, okay, so you don't know that one. Do you know about narwhals? Narwhals, the ones that are living in the ocean, causing a commotion because they are so awesome? Nope, nothing on the narwhals either, huh? Oh yeah, narwhals, they're classic. Right, I'm trying to figure out where that center fountain is. It should be down somewhere. Yeah, there's the lady. Maybe we gotta build it. But let's go talk about yeah, let's go talk to the windmill dude. Should be somebody down here wants to talk to us by those windy mills. I think there's some on the other side too. Go ahead and take a peek, see around here. Are you windmill man? Oh my god, I broke Guru's oil pot. The windmill won't work without it. The mill is used to grind wheat for 100 years. This will be useful for the town's people. All of a sudden, its wings just stopped. What we need to do is pour some of Guru's oil on the axle, but I broke Guru's oil pot. Magic pot produces Guru's oil on its own. Can't make Guru's oil without Guru's oil pot. It says that when Guru's oil pot was found there, another pot at the 15th floor of the tower as well. 15th floor of the tower is a place where few have reached. Yeah, I could go up there. Okay. Maximum power. Alright. We have a commission here. Go ahead and do some stuff. Let's see, nobody else is around the center fountain area. But yeah, we're gonna... I think we gotta talk to Nico every so often, too? No, kiddo, I'm busy here. Sorry. I think Kyun... Yeah, he's still with us, so... we got that quest started, so our first major goal is hitting floor 15. You're right. Let's get back in there. Hopefully, stacking some wind crystals in there will help. Definitely want to get a few of those going. We can get like 3 in there. Apparently 3 is like the magic number. You hit 3 of any item in your safe storage, and it'll do wonders for you. Alright, we equip the garbage, rusted up stuff. Even at rusty level, it's still quite good. Better than starting in fresh with nothing. Alright, maybe, since we got some youngsters out there in the land, you can explain to me, I get the history of 3 plus 3 equals 6, 7. Okay. Yeah. Besides 6, 7 memes, I was actually wondering if someone can explain to me the phantom tags, because I know what it is in thought principle, but I don't know in practicality how it's used these days. So Phantom Tax was that dude that was always like stealing things off of his buddy there, and like Phantom Tax, and he'd grab it. I get the idea behind it, but when I hear it used nowadays, it don't make any sense. They just kind of throw it in like skivity. Just taking something. You know, I thought that that's what it would be, but I never hear it used that way. Never, ever have I heard it actually used that way. You know, it's always so skibbity, so Phantom Tax, whatever. You know? Like, I'm all about slang. The more language that you can use, the better, in my point of view. Even if it's slang language, as long as you know your proper language, learning slang is another way of self-expression, okay? So, I'm all about it. It's just when it's used in ways that don't make no sense. That's when I start getting a little bit of a teensy problem with it. But real talk, actually, I don't know how many of you are well-read out there. One of the classic literary works that Gulfwind, that is an elemental. We take that over a busted-up steel sword. Gulfwind plus what? Yo, we got a +1 sword. Okay, our first enchanted weapon of the run. Yo, we are blessed, #blessed out here. And we got a rock and some coins. But real talk, who has read 1984? It is Orwell's book. Yeah, it's something. It's something. It's a scary thought for sure. But it's all about reducing speech. You don't have to have read it. I'm not gonna go through a full book summary here. Hi there, Puppy Lips. How are things with you? You seem so busy treasure hunting, unlike me, a daughter of the Noble Road family. Yeah. Get out of here. But long story short, the big bad guys of the book, right? The evil government. And by the way, it's not a book that ends well for our main protagonist. I'll leave it at that. But the big bad govs there, they don't want people using complex language. They tell them to dumb it down. They call it duck speak. You know, you take extremely complex thoughts like emotions, your feelings, your everything, right? And then you just dumb it down as much as possible so that you can barely understand each other and you don't think. That's how they control them in that particular fantasy world. So there's something to be said about the dangers of reducing speech to a point where it's meaningless and you can't express complex ideas. But to the contrary, I think slang can actually be a good thing because it broadens expression, right? Yes, phantom text means to take something, but it also conveys a mood with it when you say it, you know? So, you know, I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad about it when people use slang. Music. You talking about music as a system of expression, or what are we talking about with music? Because yeah, music is a principal way of expressing speech. Ice Spice. Yeah, well. Not all music is culturally enriching, but at the same time, it can encapsulate the experiences of a time, you know? My view is that even if you really don't like a piece of media, whether it's a show, a book, a song, or something, alright, that stuff kinda needs to exist because in it, it holds the very essence of the experiences that led up to its creation, even if it's just skibbity, you know? No cap. League of Legends is overrated. I mean, I don't really play it. I've seen some gameplay of it. Honestly, I would not be the one to ask about League. Multiplayer online battle arenas like that. I mean, it gave rise to stuff like Pokemon Unite, and I have played the heck out of some Pokemon Unite. Admittedly, Pokemon Unite's skin monetization system is just off the wall insane. Wind Crystal. We can get one more of those bad boys. We're out of here. We're gonna stack them up. 100K views on a 20-second stream. Well, was the thumbnail a woman that was well endowed wearing barely anything? Because that one's real easy to explain. That one's real easy to explain. Alright. Ain't no mysteries there. It was just a normie guy. Yeah, well, sometimes it's not exactly the high-effort stuff that gets the recognition. I mean, you go on YouTube right now, and there are 1.5 billion amazing pieces of animated work from independent and amateur folk stuff. That's even the crustier stuff is just, some of it is so well written or so expressive that you'd be amazed that 1 or 2 people managed to put it together. And you know what gets all the views? The latest Mr. Beast video where he extorts some starving dude for 18 hours in order to give him like a cheeseburger. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I gotcha, you know. I got you. Not saying that all of Mr. Beast's stuff is just, is bad, because I'm not gonna say that. And it's legitimately helped some people. I accidentally saved it. Whoops. We'll jump right back into that. Not saying anything bad about the Beastie Boy. Heard some accusations that have been flying around. Something about his hiring practices and the way he runs a Discord server. But none of that is easy. And when you build up a big enough network, some things are gonna crack. That's just the necessity of it. Well, that's the thing, Death Demon, is that he's really got to shell it out, otherwise, like, the FTC comes after you. And I think, as far as anybody knows, that's above board. That is above board. Yeah, it's just, sometimes from what I understand, the random guests, as he call them, ain't exactly random. You know, they're friends and acquaintances that he's essentially wants to give a charitable donation to, and is finding a way to do it. You know, when you got that kind of money, when you got that money, you know, you find ways of circumventing law. You know? Not to get political here, but our president said that's how you play the game, you know, he's admitted as much. But, you know, I won't get into anything more regarding his particular exploits, but when you reach a certain level of wealth, you find ways, you know? That's basically the entire fine arts market right now. It's just money laundering. Money laundering and asset saving, okay? Real estate and art, they ain't about housing anybody. They ain't even about getting rent money. Big realtors are just buying up the property to sink their their income into. In a way that won't get hit as hard by taxes by not being a liquid asset. Alright, I learned some gang signs. Okay. Neato. Yeah, I wouldn't go about flashing those in random public spaces, but, you know, it is what it is. Where in the heck are we going? This map is ginormous. Like, we found our way out. Yeah. Hit you with a crit. Alright, send them. Some RV, huh? Give me just a second here. Alright, just making a couple of background adjustments here. Yeah, come on. Alright, much better. Yeah, well, just be careful. Whatever you do, remember, there ain't nothing hardly in this world that's worth your life or the life of somebody else. That's one thing. How many quake traps am I gonna hit? How many? You know what? I'm out. This place is bugged. This place is straight up buggy. We're getting out of here. This floor scares me. Now we got one of these annoying Man of Wars. Man of Waver. Get out of here. Okay, Kuhn's got up to level again. That damage just keeps rising. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and go up. Alrighty then. Iron Sword might be slightly better than a rusted out Steel Sword. We'll give it a comparison in just a moment there. Alright, let's take a look here. Steel Sword is at -2, so it's hitting for +2. Iron Sword's hitting for +3. We're equipping it. Oh, I think we were Gulfwinding it though. My bad. Alright, let's sort. Alright, we got the Scarlet Wand. We got broken up. Yo, we got a mirror shield. Polished into a mirror. I think it throws spells back at the caster. That's a good one. That's one that we'd like to bank, actually, if we can. Alright, we are actually full up. Familiar will not change form after the next fusion. That'd not be bad either. We know these don't really fetch much. White powder we want to keep. And the orbs we want to keep. Now we can go ahead, give this to you. Eat a snack. Ain't nothing quite like a snack. A stack of snacks. Wooden shield is kinda doo-doo garbage, but it will be useful if we like, we not have a shield equipped right now? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll keep that. The doo-doo wood one we don't probably need. Just go ahead and give that to Kuhn and he'll just throw it on the ground like the trash that it is. Alright, so we got more exit loops. We can kind of speed run some floors here if we want to. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and just speed run a few of these. Alright, we know where the elevator is. We're headed to it. The rules? You mean like the chat rules? Alright, so basically I reserve administrative privileges if I gotta tell people they're going a little too far. But for the most part, I do not care if the chat stays game relevant. Would like it if occasionally you could weave in the game a little bit, but it's not the end of the world if things go way off topic. Prefer to keep things civil, right? I think in the rules I got it worded as, if things go too off the rails, if it gets too heated, I reserve the right to torch somebody if I gotta. So, but it shouldn't come to that, you know? So, yeah, as long as you keep it halfway respectful, if some strong language has to get used, I'm not against that. Would prefer it if it didn't happen. If it gets used too much, I'll probably say something. But the occasional here and there ain't the end of the world. Oh, well, thank you, Death Demon. Yeah, and especially if we're playing something that's already got like an age rating on it. Like this is more of a child-friendly game for the sake of the VOD. You know, we want to keep it a little bit lighter. But you know, if we're playing something like Legend of Keeper, which already has some very suggestive content in it already, then yeah, you can let a ripperoni in that chat. That don't matter. It do not matter. You know, so it's based on kind of what we're playing. So something like this, we're gonna keep it, kind of keep it a little more child friendly. On Pal World, because there's so much moita going around, it's a little bit less. And then Legend of Keeper, you can just let it fly. You do not have to worry about it. I know I said I was gonna rush the exit, but I want to check at least one more room before we dip out. And an orb. Rock. Alright. We take those. Orbs are gonna be a major way for us to get some money over here. We want to have that money. We want to have that Mr. Beast money. We want to be walking around town just throwing copper coins at people at maximum velocity. You okay? I'm just gonna go ahead and get out of here before something bad happens. This is Azure Dreams. Okay, that's why you got put to bed. Alright, how much of a beating did you take? A fair amount. Or is it that you're out of mana? You are out of mana. Alright. We have... not an awful lot to feed you. I can feed you the antidote herb. That'll get you up and moving. Just a little bit here. We don't have... infusion. I would love to bank that. And we don't wanna... What is your element anyway? You are... You're already a fire type. Alright, so we can go ahead and feed you this. And that'll keep you fired. But yeah, Azure Dreams. It is a classic PS1 roguelike back in the very dawn of this kind of game, you know? Some brilliant ideas. What on earth was that? Is that a submersible? Am I getting attacked by actual submarines, POV? And he's out of stuff. So I'm gonna have to... Woof. That's dangerous. U-boat. Alright, we're gonna let you go ahead and approach. We're gonna think about getting out of here. Get out. Get out of my face. Yeah, this is gonna be... Yeah, that was a bit of damage. Gonna just go ahead, try to avoid getting... It's an egg. We definitely want those. What are we hung up on? Do we have enough room to grab it? We do. We're gonna grab the egg and then we're out. Orange egg. Orange egg, leg, and fish. Alright. We only have one wind from what I understand. We'll go ahead and use it now and get the heck out. But yeah, this game is Azure Dreams. Lots of fun. I mean, for a PS1 classic, you gotta admit, it is brilliant. But then again, a lot of the old stuff on the PS1, actually real bangers. Alright. I'm selling some items. Alright, give me... That Scarlet Wand can get gone. Old Steel Sword can go away. Both Irons and the Hammer can go. Old Steel Shield can get kaput. Rock and Water can go. Sea can go. We kind of want to keep the Lever Fruit, but we don't really have the capacity. Then we got a big boy volcano. I don't even know what that monster is. Okay. Hope I accidentally... How long am I going to be streaming for? I'm thinking at least another hour or so. But we'll see after that. I got my stream schedule set up for just about every day. 11 to midnight, because that's when I'm usually available to stream. When I can do early like this, I'll be on beforehand, and I'll try to get my streaming time in before it gets all the way into the middle of the night. My schedule's a little hectic, so... But yeah, when the good old schedule allows it, I will go ahead and, alright, what do we not need in here? Water and fire orb, we want money. We need the money one, it's not that good, it's okay. Steel sword, the cure-all herb, are the true thing. That could let us identify curses later on, but I don't know if we can justify it right now when we got so much other stuff that we want. We definitely want the sand. It's gonna be huge for us, so honestly, not too bad here. Because Acid Rain's like the best orb in the game, so we want to keep that. And Steel Sword's just the base banger. And that Lava Fruit. This is like the best herb, though, in the game right here. You know what? Truth, you're going away. We can find more of you. The fruit's staying. Alright. Yeah. Anything else? Go ahead and save. So that should do that. Already, we got 3 hours in-game total. No, nothing more, Mom. Did she give us our daily fruit? No. Mother, what are you doing? Mom, I'm starving. Mom, feed your kids. Feed your kids. Thank you. Pack my lunchbox. Sheesh. Parents these days, am I right? Classic millennial parent right there. Kids gotta come begging for breakfast. A volcano? Hatch 'em ups. Hatch 'em ups. Who is a volcano? Why are you the only one chatting? Oh, this guy looks like a beast. What even are you? Volcano-type monster. Ooh, I don't know. Do I want to take him with me? He's gonna get bodied on the very first floor. No, not just yet. We don't take him in yet. We gotta get at least that first objective done at floor 15. Get a second collar. You're the only one chatting because either people are dropping in and out, which is usually the case, or some people just come in for a couple of seconds just to hang out. Also, I think Demon Girl probably had to dip. I think she had something else going on, so yeah, that's probably what happened there. As long as there's somebody in the chat, I will keep on as enthusiastically talking. Whether or not a 10 gold purchase is worthwhile. decided not to buy it. Show me again Alright. Scarlet Wand, you're gone. Steel Sword, you're gone. Both the irons. This can... Is it actually... It's equivalent to the Mirror Shield, but it's all beat up, so we're gonna go ahead and get rid of it. And then we'll take all that out. Get rid of that. Yeah. This needs specific stuff to enhance, so it's not so great. And then we'll get rid of the truth glasses. Or maybe we take those in with us. You know what? We might have enough space in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll do it. Yeah, I'll sell. Yeah, right. What can you sell me, actually? A bed? Your sweet dreams canopy. Gorgeous and comfortable. A table. And a bonsai. Carpets, tiger fur. Stuffed dolls. Paintings. A TV? Dude, did we get it? We don't even have home TV. Yeah, we're gonna take that. We ain't got no fridge. Man, we live in absolute destitution. Destitution, POV. Alright. We got some stuff here. Oh, that's 4,000. Yeah. I'll go ahead and buy that. Thank you. Nope. Just looking. Alright. We got some TV. Now we just need a fiber optic ley line. Okay? Channeling the chakras. Will be golden. Alright. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna look something up because I felt like before now we should have gotten access to something else. Alright. Okay. Alright. Alright, they gave me a little bit of information, but not what I need. Alright, expansion of the house is gonna be 6,000, and we need to get him from Tonka, the carpenter. Where is the carpenter? Alright, he's directly across from the house. Alright, let's go ahead and talk to Honka Tonka over here. This him? He might be the one above this. Yeah, the restaurant. Alright, Honka Tonka. Where are you, Tonka truck? I see the hammer. This has got to be him. Tonka truck. Show me. Alright. Expand our rundown. Alright, I'm buying. Alright. There we go. Alright, we'll go out. We'll get a little more gilded gold. Hello again, Demon Girl. Welcome back to the chat. You were just being missed. We were just talking about you. Alright, don't check the chat logs. We were saying all kinds of things. Absolutely all kinds of things. All of them good, I assure you. Everything good. Just don't look too hard at the chat. Just don't look too hard at the chat and we'll all be fine. Among other things, we were also discussing the dynamics of this game and the rules of the chat. Where, like I said, what you already know. I know that you already know, but the rules vary based game by game, and so we just kind of keep it PG for games that are PG, and games that are not PG, we go accordingly. If it's something with adult themes like Legend of the Keepers, we just go ahead and let it fly. We're not worried about it, not intimidated, never scared. What about gang signs? Technically, you can't flash them in chat via text only. And do not try to find a way to do so. Please do not. But, yeah, no, you can talk about it. Just don't post anything in the chat that would be a little, that might get me in trouble with good old Papa Twitch. Wind Crystal, right off the bat, you'll love to see it. And then what do we got down here in the orb? Sorry, I missed that. What did you give me? Acid Rain. Oh, man. And then we got the house expansion. Bros and steens. We are looking good. If we can manage to snake some good stuff home with that expansion, as I said before, the more of an item that you've got in your safe at home, the more likely you are to see it in the dungeon. In a second, Peter fruit. We'll take those. Don't know where the lowest fruit is, but we definitely got some Peter fruit. But yeah, we keep it chill here. We keep it chill. I ain't that worried if things get a little bit spicy. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. But if things go too spicy, I reserve the right to reel things back in. But you'd have to, like, somebody would have to be going absolutely ham and eggs in order for me to want to kick them out of chat. Like, that is, unless you're a bot, you gotta be going absolutely poco loco, and then maybe I'd consider it. Okay. Yeah, alright, see you in just a little bit. Okay, I'm feeling a little froggy here. Can't pick anything up. Woof. Did not enjoy the frog POV. A fresh, brand new, solid steel sword. We like those. And we are bulking up on the good stuff today. Yeah, these runs have been working out nice. Alright, this is second floor. What do we got here? But I put an end to it, so this monster's money is mine. What are you talking about? I'm the one who damaged him the most, so the money is mine. I treat you as my big brother in town, but it's different here in the tower. It's my money. It's mine. Oh, it's Derv. Hey, puffy lips. Sophie, how dare you talk like that? As a member of the legendary Road family, and as the sister of the best swordsman in the world, I'm ashamed of you. I'm so sorry, brother. Derv, it would be a million years before such a peasant like you could talk to Selphie, So don't you ever go near her again. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I was about to go all raid rules and go ahead, Ghost. That money should be yours, dead to rights. But no, he just straight up. Woof. Hate to see it. A second wind crystal. Chat, we are balling now, chat. We are balling now. That's what we needed. We needed it to work out this way. In it so far, another limit fruit. There ain't no limits to what we can do with fruit. Now, the only problem with rocking a wind weapon is there are a lot of fire types. And as we know from the type chart, fire types, you see, they don't particularly play nice with wind. Kind of churn them up, crunch them down, stick them in the backpack. Alright, we're imprisoned. Love to see that. Alright, we're better now. It got better, chat. It got better. We'll go ahead and chop this guy down in size. He's actually maybe chopping me down a little bit. Take the EXP though. Yo, I think, depending on how things work out, we might actually want to try to beeline it straight for 15. Because, I mean, Kuhn is powered up. He's powered up. He's going sicko mode every 2 seconds. Don't know if that's a good idea for us or not. Alright, a little treasure room here. Okay, where am I? Ew, I'm in a hole. That's why I can't fight nothing. Right, where's our way out? We are down there. We want to head up. Take a little peek through here, and we're gone. Welcome back, Demon Girl. I think you came in and then Death Demon dipped out. Alright. But yeah, we're floating ideas here about how to up the level people see in the streams. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Oh, even the chat numbers. Dude, I cannot. Oh, this is ratchet. Where are you? Are you this way? You are. I'm sorry. Yeah, drama mama, never something that you like to see. Wow. That upside down trap is a doozy. And I'm just pushing them out of the way. Give them the old pusherino. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, drama's something that everybody's gotta face it. Wherever they are sometimes. Really? Mirror Shield doesn't rust. Mirror Shield doesn't rust. Yo, MVP of the run, Mirror Shield does not rust. Yo, man's never hot. Mirror Shields never rust. Alright. I missed something over there. So I'll take the low route and then I'll swoop back up to it. I'll leave a fruit, take it, or leave a it. How do you feel about people that are like always starting something, you know? They're not happy unless they're in a fight with somebody. How are we feeling about that? Like, justifiable? Or are we against it? That's why I couldn't see it, is because I was in upside down land when it happened. I think our way out's up there. Trash? Yeah. Can't say I'm against what you're saying. No. I feel like that sort of stuff is usually bound out of something deeper going on inside, you know? You always want to start something because you always want to be on the defensive, you know? It's like if you let your guard down for a second, you're afraid something bad's gonna happen to you, so... You know, there's a degree at which I understand it. You know, everything is a matter of perspective. Well, not everything. Some things are cut and dry, just awful. But I think in a lot of cases you can look at something and what looks real bad to you may not actually be as bad as you want them, as you might think it would be. Right? Like somebody that's constantly like you know, old shows where they'd show a bully turning around and becoming a good person eventually. That's usually indicative of a poor upbringing, you know? Increases the level? Oh, we want to keep that. Prevents opponents from multiplying, and it's already plus. And chat, we got some real bangers here. Yep. We're gonna give you 1 pita fruit to down. Alright, let's see what we're looking at here. Honestly, looking at a pretty stacked deck of stuff. Star will reveal the entire floor. We ain't so scared of the floor at floor 5, but we get up a little higher, we are gonna be a little more afraid. So we'll probably pop this on floor 7. That's right, get that trash out of here. Put some respect on the name. Does it say? No, it doesn't say how close we are. Oh, does it? EXP is just star. Okay. Don't know how much star equates to in EXP points terms, but alright, we probably have at least one more room down here. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm crazy, POV. Alright. Kick him out. Alright, we'll go ahead and go up to this one. We got some sand. We take that blue sand. Gulf Wind became rusty. Mirror Shield does not rust. You know what? The Gulf Wind was already at +1. That just brings it down to +5. Which means that technically it's still better than the Steel Sword. So we're gonna go ahead and keep that right where it is. Vital would prevent him from splitting. It's hunting me down. Leather Shield is trash. We don't care about it. So this Man of War is closing in on me. Alright, we might as well deal with him now before he becomes too much of a problem. Done. Another one to use? So you got cheesecake, cream cheese cake. You know, I'm not against cream cheese or cake, and the combination thereof is exceedingly solid. I can totally get behind cream cheese and cheesecake. Alright, we got one more room here. I'm just gonna go ahead and bash this guy to bits. Alright, he's trying to light me up. Alright. Nothing doing. We're gonna go ahead and get out of here. Am I going the right way? I am not. This way, my friend. This way. Now, on the... Alright, impromptu tier list time. Impromptu tier list, okay? It's Tuesday. That means it's time for a Tuesday tier list, okay? Impromptu. What are we doing there? Demon Girl, keep the ledger. List on ingredients are long. Or a cheesecake? We thinking of the same thing? Pretty much. You got a graham cracker crust. You got cream cheese. You got sugar. You got lemon. Like, not really sure what you're getting at there. How are we doing on your MP? Solid. Alright, next level. Oh, well, and the store, they list everything, okay? They list absolutely everything, but in truth, they're like monosodium, X-glutamate, 32 SPF, 25% by weight, king and queen, you know? All that stuff, it don't mean hardly nothing, you know? You know what? We're gonna go ahead and use the star glasses. We got the room revealed. I'll take some blaze ball. There's a lot of treasure on this floor. Goodness. You obviously want sand wherever we can fit it in. I don't know what we wanna do here. Use it on... What do we wanna use it on? Let him get a little bit closer. Light him up with some fire at a distance. Thumbs up, joins me up top here. Alright, he's done. Balloons are annoying, but not the end of the world. We'll take a step back. Alright, there we go. But yeah, if I remember correctly, oh yeah, hit him from downtown. I apologize about your streak. I guess his people needed him. Get that stuff out of here with the brainwashing. You ain't washing anything. Leva fruit, white powder. We're gonna go ahead and give that to you. Poison ball. Alright, we got one up top. We got two on the side. And then I think the one on the bottom we can just forget about. Sent them. Yeah. Cure all. We would like to get a second one of those. Is there anything we can just go ahead and chug? Like a jug. This Sea Breeze, come get your summer. Sea Breeze, have fun for hours. We're just gonna go ahead and grab that. Then we got 2 down here. Alright, what do we got? We got an Orb of Weakness. And we're gonna have so much money. We're gonna be so rich. Do we sacrifice anything out of here in order to bring that back with us? And I think the answer is probably no. Yeah, all of this is just too good to drop. The only thing maybe is Vital. Fortnite Battle Pass. What about the Fortnite Battle Pass? Is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I heard they were doing something new with it, right? Like, Overwatch changed their Battle Pass, now Fortnite's changing theirs. And that it's just a whole bunch of fun all the way around. You know what? This Scarlet Wand... Here, you can go ahead and hold on to that Q. I know you can't handle it, but... I wonder if there are monsters in this game that can actually use people weapons. Well, if we go down and then straight across, that's the fastest way we're gonna get where we're going. Yes, till they changed it as a response to Overwatch. Yes, as they made it bad. Like, Crystal. Water Crystal. Dude, we are spoiled for good stuff. I don't even know what we can do with this. You know what? Oh, that's so good too, though. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. You got too much good stuff. I'd like to have more Pita Fruit show up too. Go ahead and toss that into the abyss. Grab the water crystal. It's just too valuable of a heal. That is an emergency heal among heals. Yes, we'd like to go up. Okay. So, Demon Girl agrees that the new Battle Pass is bad. Alright, so what did they change exactly? Because I don't play the Fortnites and your Cards of Duty. The #1 card fighting simulator if you want to fight fish, the Card of Duty. Like, what exactly is different? Fire Crystal. Fire Crystal. Oh, we want it, chat. The greed. The greed, chat. Oh, it's killing me. It's absolutely killing me. I feel like Vital will be good later when we have an enemy. Oh, we got AIDS. Okay, I gotta be quiet. Yeah. You're all weak. Poison. We got 2 poison bulbs. No, we're gonna sell it. Can't afford it. Gotta go with it. Alright, let me know. I'll just keep going till somebody gets back and lets me know exactly when the ads are over. Just doing my thing, singing my song. The ads come to an end. Are they over yet? Finally, no ads. Yeah, I can't do anything about that at my current level of Really? You're frogging me. You're frogging kidding. That's the scuba boy, huh? Now, the only problem is that our Cune here, he is a grade A professional fireman, which means he takes buku damage from that. What is your stats looking like? You're at 13 health? That means I gotta face tank this thing. Alright. What was I saying here? I have completely forgotten. My brain has melted and oozed out of my ears. I've completely forgotten exactly what I was talking about. Keep saying my video was canceled, error 1000. Gotta hit that refresh. Yeah, it sounds like a classic Twitch refreshment error. Yeah, I got the stream up over here, so. I don't like this. I don't like this now one little bit. Welcome back, Death Demon. Yeah, we're in kind of a pincer attack here, and we got so much good stuff. I'm calling it. We're out. We outie. We got a brand new storage cask to put all this stuff in, to weigh our rolls and our odds. Just putting a wind crystal in there is gonna be big. So, yeah, we're gonna go ahead back to the safe and just throw those down. Hey, look at the new digs! Look at the new digs! Okay. What are we selling? We want to keep that. The hammer is a -1, so that was cursed. Which actually increased its value by a frick ton? Alright. That's good to go. Steel sword. We'll just go ahead and keep that where it is. Vitali. Keep you. Yo. The steel shield was also cursed to hell. Love to see it. If I put it in the storage, I'm not sure if it'll weight my steel shields towards being freaking cursed, though. Maybe it'll be good for some last minute goodies. So that goes in, that goes in. Alright. Let's pay these, and then we gotta put a lot in the storage. House has a lot more space. Now you can have up to 30 items in your house safe. There are still items you want to keep aside. Leave them with me, and I'll keep them safe. Alright. Demon Girl, have a wonderful night. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate it. Have a great night. Alright. But yeah, check out the new house. The new house and the new digs. It's actually looking pretty freaking swanky, if you ask me. Wait. Is this my TV? Is this my TV here? Television. Looks like a crystal ball. Okay. Yo, we got the news. We got the 9 o'clock news. What? Okay. Yo, we are living the high life. Alright. Talk to the bishop about it. Alright. Yeah, we could maybe do that. Right, first though, we're gonna load up our inventory here, and then we're gonna save. Alright, what can we go ahead and store? We want that and that saved. The steel will save. I love the idea of bringing in the mirror shield every time, but the problem is that if it gets got, we're in trouble. Speaking of getting got, the machines are rebelling again. The machines are rebelling. I thought I quelled the rebellion. It is back. It is back on, chat. It is back on. They're firing lasers. They're firing phasers from Star Trek. They're firing them at me, chat. Maximum velocity. Alright. Suppressed the machine rebellion. Suppressed the machine rebellion. You're welcome, chat. You're welcome. Oh, do I put in the steel again? The Gulf Wind. We gotta go steel. Now let's take a look at what we got. Alright, we got 2 steels, a vital, a diamond, and a mirror. We got a cursed steel. 2 acid rains, recovery. 2 waters, 2 fires, 2 winds. 2 white sands, 2 blue sands. Honestly, not a bad haul. With the amount of wind crystals that we've got, it's pretty much, it's not guaranteed that we get one before 415, but it's likely. Oh, forgot to ask for breakfast. Mother dearest, help me. Help me. Alright. What we're looking at, 8,000 in cash. Let's go and check out that temple. Go and ask the old man what's going on. It's the temple? Yeah. Alright, Bishop. Build a bigger temple. Alright. Donation, the donos. Donos in. Alright. Alright, so he's already recommending us building other buildings. We just give him a bunch of money to the church and they're immediately saying, yes, but also we could use more money. Also, we could use more money, though. But, like, what if you gave us all the rest of the money, though? Man, chat, the greed. The greed POV. Alright. We're gonna go in. We got our Gulfwind sword. Probably the weakest of the elemental swords to have. Good for washing away those U-boat monsters. But otherwise, pretty weak sauce. Still, the base attack is something. Alright, and we equip the blade. And we're good to go. We're good to go and good to glow. So what do you think, Death Demon? Do you think you're gonna hit this game up, give it a try for yourself? I'd heavily recommend it. Like, it's fun to watch for sure, but it is even more fun to play. It's one of those games that just... What? It increases defensive power? I think that's a permanent upgrade. Yo, if we can make it out of here with that, we definitely want to. Definitely want to, because I think that's a permanent stat upgrade for a monster. Then away anybody around over here? No, nothing. Not like the usual setup. But yeah, this game's super fun all on its lonesome. Definitely worth picking up, even for just a little bit. Also, like I said, you got friends from the speedrunning group that drop in from time to time just to say hi to your neighbor. Shout out to John the Phoenix from the other night. A holy bell. Not worth a lot of money. Would potentially save us from a bad type situation if we spawn in someplace. Somebody wants to do us in real fast. It could help. Of course. Alright, elevator going up. Alright. Let's go ahead and take a look. I think we probably gotta confront somebody right here. Hey, it's Selfie with the puffy lips. It's just like me in the desert of the dungeon. Not sure what the right response there is, but you in Oasis sounds like an insult, right? At least I feel okay. He's at least passive aggressive. That other one's just aggressive aggressive. Any tips on eating a stick of butter raw? Yeah, I got a couple. Okay, so my first major tip for eating a stick of butter raw is don't. Alright? My second major tip is also don't. But if you have to eat butter, that's like the last minute caves of Cud. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Alright, I was saying that some games are way more fun to watch than they are to play in the RPG genres, and one of them is like Caves of Cud. Not to mention that the devs are a little bit space cadet-y, but yeah, this isn't one of those. This is fun. But yeah, no, I would not be honking down a whole freaking stick of butter on my own for the funsies. That's no siree. That is not my idea of a good time. You could do a lot with that butter. You could cook with it. You could fold it into something, make some kind of no-bake, right? Iron shield, we equip those. Where did it go? Here we go. But as far as just raw honking that bad boy down, yeah, I'm gonna have to give that one a hard pass. But in a survival situation, like if you were in a Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead or something, like I cannot overstate how valuable just a stick of butter is. All of that fat is energy that you can burn right away. All right, and people were like, well, sugar gives me energy, it's something I can burn right away. That is true, but sugar is like empty energy, alright? Your body don't love to burn sugar. I mean, it does, that's why we like the taste of it. But your body wants to burn sugar short term, right? Doing it long term, it's bad. Sorry, it's bad for you. I gotta hydrate here. Hold on. Gotta hydrate. You know what, that demon? Maybe you're onto something like that. Maybe my problem, I don't have enough just raw honking sticks of butters in my life. Maybe that was my issue the whole time. I would have no vocal issues, no throat problems if I were just glucking down an entire stick of butter. You know? I don't see you having this problem. Don't see you having this problem. Maybe you're onto something. You know, I throw shade, but, you know, one of us here ain't choking up. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, aren't there a couple of, like, no-bake cookie recipes or something that require just freaking butter or something? Like, I know some use peanut butter, obviously. It's not the kind of butter I'm talking about, but, yummy. Oh, yeah. Real heckin' yummy. Maybe many things, but, the essence of Chateau de Yummy, I'm gonna have to hold F to doubt that one. Yeah, that is a press F to doubt for me. Now, you want to throw me a no-bake peanut butter ball? And honestly, give me the stick of butter instead. Give me the freaking stick of butter instead. I will choke that bad boy down before I eat no-bake peanut butter balls. And you might be looking at, oh, thanks! There you go! Yo, W. Okay? For sure. Yeah, we don't stand for peanut butter balls here. We do not stand for peanut butter balls. Now, you want to throw some peanut butter on some toast for me? I'll take that. Peanut butter on a bagel. Alright, I'm still following you. Alright. You want to throw peanut butter in a pie? You're starting to lose me there. You're starting to lose me a little bit. You want to throw peanut butter in one of those no-bakes, dry freaking oat crumble nightmares? Yeah, no thanks. W, yeah. Yeah, that's a weird one for me. You know, it's one of those things that I know tons of people. I know people that really, really enjoy it, and they look at me sideways when I'm like, no thanks. I would rather gargle baking soda. We got a wind crystal. That means we can get out of here with another egg. Okay. We take those. I think we just about pickpocketed everything on this map, so we're gonna go ahead and add up by one. You know, my Achilles heel is gotta be ambrosia salad. That's the one with the marshmallows in it. You got marshmallows and Cool Whip and all sorts of different kind of fruit. Yeah, that's my jam. The texture of baby powder. I would not. Whoa, okay. We are poisoned somehow. I don't think we have. All traps on the floor become visible. Might need that later. For now. Now we're just gonna have to deal with the fact that we're just a teensy bit envenomated. Maybe we can just take the hits here while Tune covers for us. Alright, poison is neutralized. This guy can chuck at us at a distance. We definitely don't want to mess with that. But yeah, texture of baby powder. I mean, it can have the texture of baby powder without being baby powder. So that's what I'm gonna choose to believe. I'm gonna choose to believe it's not baby powder that you munch it down. I'm gonna choose to believe that it's something like a powdered sugar. That's something I've seen people just raw gulp some powdered sugar before. I mean, just raw sugar right in the mouth is maybe... It's not where I would go with it. Not where I would go with it, but I understand it. I understand people got that sweet tooth. Difficult to control. What else? What else has that velvety, smooth, powdery texture? Okay, how about butter powder? You ever had that before? Ever had some butter powder? You like eating raw sugar? Of course. Of course you do. Yeah, no, that's not gonna find me gulping that down. But I get it. I do get it. What else do we have to explore on this level? I thought I saw one more little place to cook, like up in this general vicinity. Don't want to go out just yet. Yeah, we got one more room, and there's nothing in it. Waste of time. Waste of freaking time. Alright, we got too much for the ball. This bell means nothing. Alright, that actually forces monsters to stay out while you heal? Yo, a holy bell is goated. I put onion powder in my mashed potatoes and rice. Alright, hold up. Hold up. Hold the horses right freaking there. We need just a moment of clarification there. When you say you put onion powder in your mashed potatoes and rice, right? Does that mean you got mashed potatoes on one side, rice on the other side, and you just throw some onion powder in each, right? Is that what you're saying? Or are you trying to tell me that you eat mashed potatoes with rice in it? Because I gotta know. Really? Is everything a poison trap? There we go. It's cured up. Oh, mixed. Sheesh. Alright, the traps on this floor are getting a little crazy. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and use that. Really? Those were the only two on the floor? Are you freaking kidding me right now? But, yeah, so, let me just express to you, in no uncertain terms, that what you have just described is absolutely accursed. Absolutely accursed. I respect that you eat the carb platter there. I'm no small dude myself. You know, I do enjoy some of the occasional carbs. You know, sometimes if you before you go lifting, you can have some carbs to blow up. You know, my good uncle of mine that used to do all the powerlifting stuff said that some of the secrets of lifting is that they'd actually indulge in a little carbs before a hard workout, and that would actually help their gains. So that's respected. But what you just described is like unbelievable levels of cursed. Another medicinal herb. We take those. Treasure. Let's use it. Let's use it and see if there's anything else on this floor. Is there anything else on this floor? There is not. This is a tiny freaking floor. Still, mashed potatoes with onion powder is a classic. You know, you won't catch me being mad about that. A little mashed potato. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Don't like to see this guy out in the wild blue. You know, I feel like Doom should be doing some more damage. That plant is a fireman, you know? You like it? Well, you know what? I'm not one to yuck somebody else's yum. If that's your jam, you know what? More power to you. It's kind of a lot of carbs to hit in one point, but I mean, what's the difference between having like a full bowl of mashed potatoes or having it mixed with rice, right? There's no significant difference there. So, yeah, you know what? You know what? Respect on it. I put respect on it. It's not exactly my jam, but I'm not gonna yuck someone's yum. That's what does it for you. That's what does it for you. Definitely more mainstream than the guzzling butter meta that you had going on there. Yeah, you don't catch that one in the public server, the butter guzzle. Oop, I think I heard some poor so-and-so get poison trapped, and it wasn't us, so we take those. Seven meals a day isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like the people that eat a paleo diet, they will eat that 7 meals a day. It absolutely is 100% true facts that they will do that. We got a U-boat fellow up for there. Not thrilled to punch him in the dome just yet. Don't like fighting this guy from underneath. Given how much my Gale does to him, I'm thinking that maybe he's a water monster? Alright, so they're utterly immune when they're under. Got him. Okay, I guess we're done with that floor. I guess we're just done with it. Okay, we got a sleeping dog's lion here. Beat on him till he wakes up. Done. How we doing, Kuhn? How we doing? 27 MP's fine. 20 HP's a little scary. But yeah, you eat 7 times a day. So what are we talking about for the munchies here? What is it that you're eating? Because it depends on what you're eating, whether it's bad for you or not, right? Because if you're eating like, you know, mashed potatoes and rice every meal, it's not exactly the best for you. But if you're like mixing it up, you got a little mashed potatoes and rice here, you got a little hard protein there. I mean, you had the seafood boil, right? So, oh man, we're waiting. We are waiting hard. All right, we want that diamond hands shield. Give me diamond hands for my shield. Oh boy, what were we using for a shield right now? I think iron? Were we using iron? No. No, we use diamond around here. Large meals. Okay. Still haven't given me content, though. Content's important. Content is very, very important. Even more so than how much you eat, it's what you eat. You know? Rich in fiber, and you're golden, you know? You are golden ratioed. Am I in line to do damage to you? Damn. Gotta finish him off now. You might need a medical herb, so I'm just gonna go ahead and give him one. One thing I gotta remember is not to fall into too good to use territory. We never want to be in too good to use. If we got it, we use it before we die, okay? Better to use it now than get crashed out. Like cake, etc. You gotta be careful with that. I'll let you in on a little how the sausage is made, but I'm actually got a touch of the beatus, you know? And it wasn't from my diet, okay? I was eating alright. High protein, relatively low carb. It was not bad. The occasional cheat, but not bad, alright? And I was working out every now and again. But what I was pounding back, and I wasn't even thinking about it, was it was cheap. It was that good old-fashioned apple juice. Apple juice, my friend. And I was just drinking all of that sugar, not realizing that it was getting me. Yep, straight up poison. Straight up poison. Yep. You know, what I got ain't so bad. It's certainly a lot better than what a lot of other people got. Because mine was just a temporary poor dietary thing, but I'll be battling that for potentially the rest of my life, you know, trying to make up for the fact that for a while I was just pounding back apple juice and not thinking about it. Alright, we got an oleum here. You never want to use an oleum on somebody you care about, because that monster will never come back. You eat your monster effectively when you do this. Yep. But you can use it to instantly vanish a monster too. That could be so good. Man, I don't know what to do here. I guess we don't need this. It doesn't help us since our monster's fire element anyway. Like, he wouldn't want us to change anybody to a water elemental. You drink hella apple juice. Brendo, I say this. Just be so heckin' careful, please. Please, okay? Please be careful, because that stuff is straight venomous. It's too much for the body. It's too much. I know it's cheap, and that in and of itself is nice because you can get a lot for very little. As a matter of fact, in some places, apple juice is less than water, you know? There are actually countries, fun facts, you may not know this, forgive me if you do, but there are countries out there where a bottle of Coca-Cola is cheaper than a bottle of fresh water because the Coca-Cola controls so much of the area. For real, 100% facts. I'm really looking at this oleum like I don't really need it. It's either that or the malicious scroll. Get out of here, scroll. Question is, can I go over here without having you? Yeah, that's what I wanted to not happen. But yeah, no, actually no kidding. I'm 100% not fooling right now. Yeah, later when you're done here, there's actually a full-on heckin' documentary about the whole thing. It's a nightmare. Adam and Eve, you mean the creation story or the website? Just want to know what direction. Okay, this store. we'll keep the details vague for obvious reasons, because, you know, this is a bit more of a family-friendly thing going on. But as far as the story, yo, you gotta do better than that. Alright? When they're that close together and you pick the wrong one, man, that is razor's edge, alright? Do you want depth or death? Oh, jeez, I don't know. You know what? You know, my experience needs a little more depth. Alright. No, I meant depth. I meant depth. A Reaper Axe coming down on you. That's wild. That is wild. Oh my gosh. But yeah, no worries, it's just funny. Let's see. So, if you're asking me about the creation story from the old biblicals, okay, here's what I say, okay? I say that, like, the world's 3 big boy religions, right? I might have to use a little something here to help them out. The world's 3 big religions are Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, okay? What's our condition on our guy here? Moon is looking at 38 HP, that's fine. We got the high ground. We can put some pressure on him. Alright, that one's gone. That one's gone. Yeah, I think we're good here. But I'd say there's a reason that all 3 of the major world religions harken back to the same thing. I don't think that's coincidence. I mean, everybody to everybody their own. But, you know, all I'm saying is that a preponderance of evidence tends to lead to truth. So if you find a whole bunch of evidence for something, or a whole bunch of sources that lead back to the same place, there's a good chance that there's truth in it, you know? Dude, Kyun, my friend. Wait, he can just be underneath you? He can just straight up be underneath you, POV? Okay. Learn something new every day. But yeah, that's the way I go about it. Like, you know, there are people that honestly, 100% don't believe that the world is round, right? And people look at them and think that they're cuckoo bananas, right? Tumna fruit is better than oleum in a one-on-one fight. This is trash, and this is better. Yeah, alright. What was I saying? So many water monsters. It is rough living out here for a fire type. Man. Running myself a Charmander and everybody's rocking the Squirtle. Everybody's rocking the Squirtle. A Mazer. A second Mazer. Oh my gosh. What's your mana at? What is your mana at? Can I justify? I can justify feeding you the other Peter. Gonna have to justify it. Eat that up. We take it. That is potentially huge POV for us. This guy's putting a lot of damage downfield. Alright, and we're done. And I repeat that entire thing. How far back? How far back am I going? Alright. Adam and Eve Spark Notes. There is a creation story that the major 3 world religions believe in. And I think that, yeah. I think that you get a preponderance of evidence, meaning that you got a whole lot of things that point in the same direction, that there's probably something to it. That's my stance. To simplify it down. I mean, even if you're full-on evolutionary biologist, then, you know, there had to be originals of the species, you know. Eventually, Homo sapiens had to develop, so there were eventually 2, a mating pair of male and female, you know. It, stands to reason. So you think Adam ate the apple and blamed it on Eve? I couldn't tell you. It's not what the story says, but, you know, to each their own. Okay, we're leveling up here. Adam and Steve. That one I can definitely disagree on, because you need a mating pair in order to have more of any given species on the planet. And just so happens that an Adam and a Steve could not produce future generations of humans. Decurse? Yo, I could decurse that, Okay. Alright, sure. Okay. Decurse. I could decurse that steel shield that I got, but it's actually worth more cursed. Worth more when it is straight up accursed. June is asleep. You hate to see it. That guy's gonna launch a attack on me from down the road. What do we have? We do have orbs that we could use to cast. We could book out with the wind crystal if we needed to. We'll hang in there as long as we can, but the moment it's too sus, we are outie. 45. Yeah, this thing can barely even touch them. Taking big damage here. I got one more good hit in me. Alright. Alright. They don't do much damage to Kuhn. How's your health doing? Your health is still solid, so I'll let you take one more, and if you don't wake up, then I gotta do something about it. Ooh, we're taking too much damage. Do I pop the medicinal herb? Or do I pop the ton of fruit? The problem is if the fruit misses. Yeah, I got what you were saying. I do. We'll get some more HP in there. Alright. We are in a hot zone right now, man. Everything wants us absolutely gonzo. Especially these little range guys. Range is a pain. Which is why I want one on my team. Money one doesn't really help us none. Man, he's putting shots downwind. I mean, if somebody finds, like, actual evidence of the original garden and stuff, and they come up with that conclusion, man, that would be some wild stuff. I do not know how the world would react to that. Do not know. Is that a second? It is a second wind crystal. All right, we can leave, and it's rent-free if we need to leave now. We got 2 Layevs and a Tumna. Tumna could get us out of a bad situation, but it isn't really actually worth that much. No, so we'll dump it, lump it, chunk it, bump it, go up to the next level. That was funny. Oh yeah. So we're gonna go for maybe another 20, 25-ish, I'd say. Yo, he's just shooting from forever down there. I need to get better range. Where are you going, buddy? Thank you, Kuhn. Oh, if these guys hit like trucks. Little guys that put you to sleep, they ain't so bad. Yeah, Hypnosis has about the same accuracy as Hypnosis in Pokemon. Ain't hitting nothing. Bro needs glasses. Alright, what's this? A wand? A stream. Yeah, no thanks. I already got a stream running. Lizzo. Yeah, we mentioned Lizzo before. You know, I don't appreciate some of Lizzo's attitude. Particularly the lack of respect for tradition. But if I were to put the different music side by side, how would I describe it? I would say Lizzo's got some real bangers. They blend like pop, but with sort of the essence of some older music genres, you know? Like some things feel a bit more soul-esque. Lizzo versus Cardi B, there's no question. Lizzo's music is way more high effort. I don't know if Lizzo's the actual writer of her music, but Lizzo's music has actually some depth to it, you know? Depth to the lyricism and the quality of it. You ain't getting that from Party Hardy Cardi. You know? Lizzo's music actually feels creative. Say whatever you want about her herself. And also, I respect Lizzo's whole weight loss thing, you know? And people give Lizzo a ton of crap for going out there and losing weight, but it's like, come on, she put her mind to it, and then she made it happen, and she's proud of it, so, like, leave her alone. Sheesh. Triple X VR juice. Oh, yep, sorry about that. Whenever my head goes to a certain direction, it starts losing track, and then it wants to default me back. Alright. I start turning into a Muppet, man, shaking violently. Where are you going, buddy? Okay, we found where the volcanoes lurk. Floor 12, that means that volcano that we grabbed in that egg a little whiles ago, that dude's probably pretty solid. Probably pretty solid. Given that fire is the most dominant type in the tower, from what I understand, our best bet is to get a strong fireman. Strong fire boy. Is there anything here that we can afford to just ditch? Layevs, 2 reds. Want to kind of stack. Do we care about these? MP and monster tends to decrease on that level. This could be really good later, but you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and chunk it. Fruit. Alright, we are bashing and crashing here. We are actually doing really, really well despite how deep we are into the dungeon. Yeah, didn't notice how, is that a Griffin there? Is that your boy Peter Griffin? Making a guest appearance? Yo, Q, you wanna, you know, help me deal with that? How much damage does this do? That chunks for a ton. I'm doing 0 damage here. This thing... Yeah, this thing's an Mahel seed. It's different than the other one that we had, right? That's the Shormu. And a red Tumna. You know what? We're getting rid of the Tumna fruit. And we're gonna grab this. The Mahel. Oh, Mahel, no. Increases speed for a while. Okay, so this is a temporary. This is a temporary. We give that to you. And we want the Tumna back. There is an instant deal with a Griffin type situation. Yeah, we want to absolutely... We got an egg. We got another egg. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, man. Oh, man. What am I gonna do? I got too much good stuff! Hecky heck. And you know what? The hammer... potentially only worth 1,000. Some of these orbs could be worth more. Get out of here, hammer. We'll take the egg. Right, whatever you are, we face this together. Bracken. Okay, this guy does a freaking ton. Okay. Yeah. That is an I am outie. We'll have to think about maybe changing. I don't get how people can stream for hours. You know what? For me, coming in and streaming for a couple hours is effectively a hangout, you know? I enjoy coming in, I enjoy the conversation. Wish there were a few more people that would come in, join in, and just hang out and chat, you know, but... Yeah. W clips, thank you. But yeah, no, streaming for a long time, it just comes natural. I enjoy talking, always have. I enjoy company. So... yeah, for me, it's just a hangout and an ability to share some of the games that I really enjoy with some people, you know? Alright, we got... It's always had to be eggs. Food. We save. We save. We don't even hatch that. We save immediately. We save a freaking absolutely immediately. Dude. Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? That is a Griffin. That is an end-game boss monster. That is a beast among beasts. We hatch those. We hatch those freakadeaking immediately. We do not play around with that. And a Oompa. Don't know who you are. But we're gonna go ahead and hatch this immediately. Yeah. Hatch the egg. This could be a monster for the rest of the game right here. This could be that boy. Yo, Death Demon, you're in the chat. You've been hanging out the longest today. I appreciate it. You're gonna name that bad boy. You get to name our friend here. So what are we naming our Griffin buddy? I'm leaving it up to you. Freddy, the Threadbare Fredbear. Okay. We don't have enough characters for a full-on Freddy. Is Fred okay? Or do you want a mulligan on that name choice? Fred is okay. Then we're locking it in. Fred, the Griffin. You are in the building, okay? You are in the building. Alright, before we do anything else, we're gonna go ahead and get our inventory sorted. And then we're gonna go talk to Tonka Truck, probably afterwards. Maybe get an upgrade or two. And got a favorite ass mother dearest. Open the good old safe for me. Alright, what do we want? We get the diamond shield in there. We want to keep that. These two seeds, we know are good. The red sands are good. The wind crystal, we want to keep. The D curse, we got no more room in there for anything. What can we afford to take out? The vital is good. Probably gonna be kicking myself for it later. But I think we remove the vital for it. You're right. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Stacking our odds, and we got 3 winds, 2 fires, 2 waters, bunch of different sands. Alright. And then back up here, we want to throw that egg in until we got more barn room. Perfect. And then, other than the Gulf Wind and the Iron, we're going to switch to Vital and Iron and sell the Gulf Wind. Because Vital doesn't have an element, it's going to hit everything the same, which is a little better than what Gulf Wind's offering. Gulf Wind has that +1. But it's wind element. That means we hit griffins for nothing. But it also means that we kill the submarines a little bit easier. I think we go vital. And I think we sell the Gulf Wind. We keep this. And we get rid of everything. Oh, we wanted to keep a cure-all on us too. Because that would give us the 3. That would give us the 3-piece. Do we care about weighting steel? I mean, it's good stuff, but you know what? It's curse. So we'll go ahead and sell it for the money. It does us more good in there. And then the cure-all goes in there. Alright, anything else? We'll save again. Really lock that griffin in. Alright, what is the worst thing someone got famous for? Oh, sheesh, I mean, there's some pretty bad stuff. I mean, what are we talking about here? Like, global crimes? Or just, like, stupidity? Or, like, something completely undeserved? Anything. Geesh. I mean, if we're not talking about major world crimes and we're talking about, like, on the local level, uh, we got 5,000 buckaroos. We'll go ahead and build that. The Pizza Hut. Build me the Pizza Hut. I'm buying. Give it to me. Alright. So. I mean, there's all the Florida man posts where people just get into trouble for being absolute goofuses, you know? And then you got Darwin Awards level stuff, but, Sheesh. I'll tell you one, alright? And it's not too long ago that I got the good old info on it. So, there was a woman named Sharia, and she was from Nepal, right? Like, right next to Mount Everest. And when she was growing up, her parents took her on a little it's not a bad feeling, but even with all that money, your stingy nature has not changed, has it? Wow, fur. Wow. Alright. So, it's a +5. And that's a +5, but neutral. Okay, we can get rid of the Gulfwind. Iron Shield, we're keeping. Anyway, back to the story. So, effectively, what happened to this person is that she got that flight as a kid and was really, really heckin' impressed by Everest and wondered at 9 years old why anybody wasn't just climbing up, you know? And the parents told her because very few people get to climb Mount Everest. It's very hard, a lot of people die. And she really took that to heart. So later on in life, she left Nepal because I think her mother passed away and her father wanted an arranged marriage for her to marry a doctor. She wasn't having it. So she straight up booked it. And we'll check out the way the temple shaped up, shall we? Don't know where we are 100%. Okay, we're on this side of town. It means the temple's like right here. Oh, it's so much better. So anyway, to wrap up the story, well, we got NPCs here. I'll talk to them while it's the background of my story. Sharia left Nepal, avoiding the arranged marriage, got married in Canada to a man she fell in love with, Mr. Bruce, started her own small business, engaged in some political protests, almost croaked because she sat in for a hunger strike sit-in about something that she knew barely anything about, just government bad sort of stuff. And so she almost croaked right then and there, but she lived. She was actually pretty successful, her and Bruce together. Her little business did well. They were happy, but she always had that burning itch to go ahead and so she got out there and decided that she was gonna remortgage her house and just go for a gun it up Everest, which well, she got like Adventure Outfitters or Adventure Outlast or something, and she went up with them. But the problem was, she wasn't trained properly. She was in good shape physically. She'd been training for about 2 years. She'd been doing hard rock climb training and hard body and cardio conditioning. She was doing like a half marathon every single day. She was putting in the work, but she'd never been on a mountain before. And so she gets all the way out there to Everest at base camp, and next thing you know, Our lady here is just then learning how to assemble her crampons and put them on, and the basics of like altitude sickness and stuff. I mean, it was the wrong time to be learning. The senior Sherpa that was supposed to bring her up was like, she knows nothing. She's not equipped for this. I don't care how fit she is, how much money she paid, which was $100,000, by the way. Does not matter. I'm not taking her. So he just quit. Yeah, that's right. So they got 2 junior Sherpas that I believe had made the trek up Everest before to sub in for the senior. And so, man, they should have told her no right then and there, but they didn't. And so she started her ascent, okay? And about, they started her off early because they knew she was slow. She got a couple of days of training up there. They knew that she was real slow, okay? She just wasn't used to it, couldn't find the footing. It was tough. So they set out at 7:30. Now, most services will have you leave at midnight, so that way you crest the mountain at around dawn, and then you have all day to get back down before it gets dark. She, despite starting several hours before anybody else, 5 hours early, man, she wasn't up to the top of the mountain until like 2 in the afternoon. It was bad already. Not only that, but part of the way up, I believe on base 4, I'll go ahead and save here one more time because we're almost done with the stream, but I'll finish the story. She got all the way up to base 4, right? And the general manager of this company was just returning from his own successful trek, okay? And he sees her, she's completely out of oxygen. She's been hitting the oxygen bottles like it's going out of style because her muscles just ain't used to this environment. So it's been practically croaking her. And right then and there, he could have told her, no, you're going back down, we're canceling this. If you want to go up the rest of the way, you're going alone because I'm not putting my guys in there. But instead, he tried to tell her, talk her out of it. She said no, she wanted to go. She already invested $100K. He handed her one more bottle of O2 and said, have at it. Next thing you know, our girl's at the top of the mountain. She's living, though. She made it. She got to the top. Ain't got a drop of oxygen left for the trip down, okay? They start their way down, and it's already 2 o'clock p.m. They had to hang out on the top of the mountain there for half an hour for her to try to catch her breath. The hours are ticking, and her body's fading on her fast. And the 2 Sherpas are trying to support her on either side, but it's too much. She gets 1,000 feet away from base camp. 1,000 feet away. Gone. She last words were, "Save me," as she just passed away on the mountain. So the 2 Sherpas that were left, they draped her in the Canadian flag because she was gone, and they went back to base camp. Yeah, she was donezo. And she became kind of a hallmark of the commercialism on Everest, of how you just cut corners. And because there's so many people summiting now, they're running like big business. Yeah, ripperonis. And because they're running it like big business, you wouldn't imagine that on a desolate mountain in the middle of nowhere that you've got high traffic. But when the weather's good, everybody wants to summit as well. And that's another thing that got in the way. She was burning through O2, waiting for other people to go and get around. Because these channels, these paths that are actively walkable and hikeable, they're congested. So, but at any point, her guide should have told her no. At any point, the GM should have stepped in there when he saw the condition that she was in and said, no. You gonna try to summit Everest. You gotta have a lot of money and a lot of experience to make it up there. More money than experience these days because, man, they will do anything for a buck. But yeah. Well, I would not recommend it. Not without summiting a couple of lesser mountains first, you know? I mean, Sharia managed to make it to the top on her first try. First, I think she got the title as being the first South Asian woman from of ethnic descent from Canada to summit Everest, you know? And she was very proud of that title for all the 8 hours that she had left alive. So, you know, you don't really, you don't take these things lightly, you know? And then you want a deep dive. Speaking of deep dives, tons of people doing scuba diving, even experienced people in underwater tunnels. They just get croaked out. So, yeah, you don't play around with that. But on that note, I'm gonna do one final save here, and it is 11:17. That's a good hour for us to call it a day here for now. Death Demon, I have appreciated the company. You're always welcome. I always appreciate it. So yeah, I will try to come again in stream tomorrow. Probably my usual 11 to 12 cycle. We'll put another run on the board here in the tower. Yeah, good nights in the chat. See you guys tomorrow and on the very next episode of the Foxhound Show. Good night, everybody.